Alright, so to kick things off tonight, some folks might remember that a while back I tried building a version of Grixis that was better at utilizing instant speed and counterspells, mostly under the logic of asking the questions, what conditions need to exist for counterspells to be good, how do you build the rest of your deck to maximize counterspells, and what does the optimal sort of counterspell deck look like? And it ended up pretty similar to what has become stock Grixis, with the exception of stock Grixis has now got Go for the Throat as a card that it gets to play, which is a very, very, very big upgrade. So now we are, I guess, exploring an offshoot of that idea, which is what happens if we don't play Make Disappear and just sort of assume that Make Disappear's flexibility in the early game is rendered unnecessary by the fact that the deck now has ways to answer creatures. And so we lean harder into counterspells that are good in the late game in the sense of Essence Scatter and Negate. And then keep up the thing where we make counterspells good by playing flash threats like Evelyn and Ertai, or flash answers, or flash card advantage, I guess is the case may be, rather than things like Invoke Despair that make your mana worse, make it harder to play spells untapped on turn 2, and generally just come with a whole host of other downsides that really aren't worth the vulnerability of playing at sorcery speed or making your mana base worse. So, we're not main decking Sheoldreds, which is mostly because I feel like with so many copies of Go for the Throat and so many copies of Quench, opposing Grixis decks are sort of well positioned to deal with Sheoldred and don't get invalidated by Sheoldred particularly hard. So we've got those in the sideboard for against aggro matchups, and we got Grixis commands in the sideboard against, mostly Esper, as far as I can tell. And then Soul Transfers for decks that I don't know what, Path of Peril. I actually think this is just worth playing in Grixis because of how hard it can shut down enchantments, which I view as like Grixis' worst matchup right now. Siphon Insights, I think, are only really good in the Mire, which is why they're not main deckable, but I think they are quite good in the Mire, especially when you're leaning very hard into the instant speed game plan. I think that specifically they ought to replace Voltage Surge in the Mire, so that's why we have exactly 2 of them in the sideboard. Then more anti-aggro stuff, and I have no clue what to do with Duress. Probably never going to bring it in ever. But them's the plan. What's the reasoning behind 0 Sokenzons? Just that I think you do want slightly more blue sources, and I don't think that replacing, say, a mountain with Sokenzon is free. I was trying to, while building the mana base, kind of balance as best as possible, not having too many pain lands, with having enough untapped on turn 2 lands, with having adequate fixing to do all of this on turn 2 as necessary. And it's possible that I should be, like, cutting a swamp, maybe, and playing one more Haunted Ridge, maybe, and then turn the mountain into a Sokenzon instead. But, yeah, I felt like this deck generally had enough stuff to do with its mana that it didn't need the one additional mana sink land. And more red mana was the thing that I think I least wanted. I was considering bad ideas on Twitter, and that bad ideas will definitely be something that we experiment with at some point. It's turn 2, the most important turn in Standard. I don't know if it's necessarily the most important turn in Standard, but I do think that it's the most important turn in this deck, because this deck is like all about doing things with your 2 mana curve. So, with your 2 mana slot, so missing the ability to play something on turn 2 is, I believe, a pretty big deal for this deck. We're on the play If we don't find a red source or our opponent doesn't play a creature, we're in trouble. But if we find a red source and our opponent plays a creature, this hand's amazing. So we're just gonna keep it and wait for things to work out perfectly. That's the plan. Well, yeah. At some point, I'll figure out some way to make Anoint... Ooh, that was not the card that I was hoping to get more copies of. At some point, I'll figure something out for how to make Anointed Procession work. Nope, that's more red spells. Okay, this could be awkward. Our opponent's not playing creatures either, which is concerning. Mono black, huh? Alright. Well, if they play Trespasser... Oh, yep, that's not a go for the throatable card. Okay. We have a problem. I was gonna say if they have Trespasser, I can go for the throat and discard one of the cards I can't play. But Flesh Gorger... Thankfully, we drew the red source. Unthankfully, it was not untapped. So, okay. Let's go for the throatable. We miss this land drop, which we do. I'm pretty sure I just have to Corpse Appraiser to hit the land drop. And we're now playing... Sure, that's a land drop. We're now playing Recovery, which we're not terribly well equipped to do. Or we're not terribly unequipped to do. We have a lot of tools to interact with the opponent. We put a creature in our graveyard so we can Corpse Appraiser for another land. Never mind. We cannot Corpse Appraiser for another land. We can, however, Corpse Appraiser for another land if we were to draw a untapped land. Well, I guess now we can just Corpse Appraiser for anything and it doesn't need to be for another land, huh? Could choose to Abrade the Flesh Gorger rather than playing Corpse Appraiser. That way if they have a removal spell, they don't just get in with another Flesh Gorger hit. Invoke Despair would also be kind of mean. Let's start by seeing if they have any kind of Return Trespasser to play effect here. This music is actually the in-game music that I finally figured out why I wasn't playing for the last couple of months. If I... If I had one more mana, I'd play Bankbuster, hold up Abrade. I think I'm supposed to use my mana more efficiently. I'm assuming the opponent doesn't have Invoke Despair. They probably would have used it last turn. If they have a removal spell, I lose 3 life, which is sad, but not truly the end of the world. I do believe I probably want Negate here. I think dodging Invoke Despair for 1 turn and then going Corpse Appraiser with Negate back up next turn is what I want to do. Okay, so they had to go for the throat. So we will take an additional 3 damage. Nothing says the opponent. Alright, well then... I think the plan is just going to be to Abrade the Flesh Gorger with Negate back up on their turn. We do indeed have the in-game music finally playing at long last. Mishra's Foundry. Yeah, that's in Standard, that's fair. Alright, Flesh Gorger attacks. Would like to attempt to destroy target artifact. I will pay 3 life. I am assuming that I will then counter a no! Okay. I thought we were gonna get some kind of return target creature to play when it dies this turn effect there, but despite me continuously thinking that opponents are going to have that, they don't. And nothing? Okay, are they just flooding out super bad? Hey, I'm an MTGO player trying to speedrun learning Standard for the Super Qualifier tomorrow. What is the best card to run sideboard as Esper versus Mono Red? My guess would probably be the 2-mana 2/3 lifelinker with Kicker to return something from the graveyard, depending on what your mana base is. There's also the blue-white legendary 2/3 lifelinker. Depending on your mana base, might be easier to cast, but usually is harder than the mono-white one. Let's see, what are we doing here? I can now Corpse Appraiser while holding up Negate, Abrade, and Bankbuster. That is probably what I should do. Have blockers for Mishra's Foundry. Just play things slow and card advantage-y. This is presumably going to... Oh no, I can't return Sheoldred. Because we exiled Sheoldred. The Corpse Appraiser is good. Oh, well, we're going to take a Shipwreck Marsh then. Have I played a land already? Yes. Yeah, we have Reckoner Bankbuster to block, so I can probably make this attack. Get the opponent down to 27. Is it weird that even though we're at 7 and the opponent's at 27, I just feel like I have enough card advantage in this position that I'm already advantaged? Deals damage equal to the number of swamps you control. Wow, that'd be lethal if that actually resolved. Scary. Score 1 for Negate being better than Quench. Would have had to sack one of my Corpse Appraisers to counter that otherwise. This thing, however, is going to have Super Ward on account of 7 being equal or greater than 7. Oh, okay. Or we could draw another card that's better than Quench in the form of Essence Scatter. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I believe I will elect to attack with both of my Corpse Appraisers here and just block the Mishra's Foundry with a 1/1 and then kill it with an instant speed kill spell. Expecting very little in the way of flash threats out of the black deck. We are, however, now kind of vulnerable to Invoke Despair. Definitely was a possibility that they just played the Flesh Gorger instead of the Foundry. I wonder if I should have activated that Bankbuster at sorcery speed. I guess it did make me... If I activated the Bankbuster at sorcery speed, then I probably would have had to not attack with one Corpse Appraiser to play around removal spell at the end of my turn. But given that I drew Bankbuster, maybe it was the correct choice either way. I don't think I needed to hold up that much mana, so I think my desire to just play everything possible at instant speed was kind of just wrong there. We will endeavor to fix that mistake now that I've identified it as a mistake. And lo and behold, immediately rewarded. Let's see. Do I attack for 7 here? I I believe I do, given that I have an answer to the Mishra's Foundry through removal spells. Okay. Creature down. Believe I'm going to Abrade this. I don't think there's very much in the way of artifacts in their deck that I want to Abrade at this point. Go for the Throat hits basically everything. Phyrexian Fleshgorger's the big thing that I would want to Abrade out of a mono-black deck, and at this point my life is low enough that I'm not allowed to do that. So, I think I just save Go for the Throat as a Sheoldred answer. Doot. Draw. Negate. Excellent. Happy to see it. Draw. Land. Bloodtithe Harvester. We attack for 7 here. That gives us lethal next turn. That sounds like a good idea. So if the opponent finds Fleshgorger, our life is definitely a little awkward. But other than that, we're fine. I suppose Duress plus Invoked Despair would be annoying. Did I see even Kaito? I have. G-Rock! Oh, howdy. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're doing very traditional Grixis things, except without any copies of Quench, and attempting to see if that works. And by Quench, I guess I mean Make Disappear. Oh, how'd the stream go? Am I crazy for liking it better? The new Kaito? Liking it better than the old Kaito? I do think that it's better than the old Kaito. I don't know if it's good, but I do think the old Kaito was kind of bad. So it's not terribly hard to be better than it. Am I crazy for thinking it's better than Soaring? That's harder to compare because Soaring's function is kind of unique. I like Soaring best when Soaring is just making multiple lifelinkers because flying lifelink blockers matter for gumming up the board state. I don't think the new Kaito really does the same thing in that sense. Yes, we do have a little kitty down here. Most of this stream tends to be about him. I just fill in whenever he decides to hop off camera for a moment. Deck code, please. Yeah, let's... Doodly-doodly-doo. This ought to pull up an importable list. Assuming that it's got the correct one identified. Yes. That ought to be the correct one. Wait, no, this isn't right, is it? What? Oh, it's... Got it. This deck list is not correct yet that it just linked to. We have to finish this match before it updates. Speaking of finish this match, we're playing against Mono Black. What do I want here? We'll run it back. I think there's a chance that I'm actually supposed to want Gix's command against a deck that I'm assuming is vaguely aggressive, but... meh. The prime targets for Ertai are... The one that comes to mind most majorly is Blade Coil Serpent, which I'm sort of nervous about the fact that we're only running 2 Essence Scatters to deal with. Normally, Make Disappear gives you a pretty wide berth around expensive 6-drops. But this deck actually sort of has a weakness to large artifact ETB creatures that don't get hit by Negate. And Ertai feels like the kind of thing that's decent against Grixis in general as a threat counterspell that can blow up Bankbuster, or that can crew Bankbuster, rather. I'm actually willing to keep this. Yeah, Corpse Appraiser and Bloodtithe Harvester are both vampires for Evelyn, which is really big. New Kaido. I should actually double check that this is an official card and not a leak. There is not a source on this. Does anyone in chat know if this card actually got spoiled and not leaked? Its official was by the WotC Facebook page. Alright, so the new Kaito is 3 blue-black for a 3 loyalty planeswalker. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may return one of them to its owner's hand. If you do, you may activate loyalty abilities of Kaito twice this turn rather than only once. +1 is up to 1 target creature can't attack or block until your next turn. Oh, I misread that, actually. That's a lot better than I thought it was. 0 is draw a card, -2 is create a 2/2 colorless drone artifact creature token with Death Touch, and when this creature leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I also did not realize that that artifact had Death Touch. That's actually pretty interesting. Huh. So now is where we get into an awkward position on the draw, since we have not managed to have any removal spells. I would like to Corpse Appraiser here, but I kind of can't, and I don't have any other good 3-mana plays, so we kind of just have to pass and hold up either the draw or the negate. And then hope we find a removal spell for the Flesh Scourger. Path of Peril over Brotherhood's End is really weird since you're only white sources from treasures. You just never kick it. It's in there only to be the 3-mana cost version of the card. The idea is that it's really good against green-white enchantments, and I think that green-white enchantments is the best deck in the metagame for beating up on Grixis. So I kind of expect people to pay more attention to that deck, and thus, in my Grixis deck, I want to have answers to it. Okay, so we have the Abrade. This is where the pain lands really start to get iffy. If the opponent has cut down here, we're basically just gonna die. This could just be them crewing bank, or having priority to crew Bankbuster, which it looks like it is. That's nice. So we've got the Graveyard Trespasser on lockdown. They'll probably attack with Bankbuster instead. We could trade off our Bankbuster and then Abrade the Flesh Gorger. What do I think about the Mono Blue versus Grixis matchup? From my experience, is very favorable for Mono Blue, and Mono Blue is quite popular recently. I generally feel like Grixis is pretty favored against Mono Blue, especially post-board. I think that it's possibly Mono Blue favored pre-board, and I think that tends to be why Mono Blue is a pretty popular deck in Best of 1. But I have not gotten the impression that that is a matchup that I would want to be playing Mono Blue in a Best of 3. Grixis tends to just have, like, by its nature, Mono Blue hates playing against instant speed removal spell and instant speed card advantage, and that's already all of what Grixis is about. Do I want to Abrade this Flesh Gorger? I probably have to. Otherwise, I can't really afford to take an extra 3 points of damage here. Because I'm going to be taking so much damage from my mana base already. Thing is that Grixis' removal suite lines up pretty badly versus Mono Blue. I don't know that I agree with that. Voltage Surge is very good against Mono Blue, and Go for the Throat is pretty good against Mono Blue. So basically all you have is 3 copies of Abrade that aren't good versus Mono Blue. Okay, so we're missing this land drop. I'm sort of tempted to Corpse Appraiser, which is going to cost a lot of life. And if we miss on that land, things hurt. But... no, I should probably just hold up Essence Scatter and Negate. You don't turn into an artifact, right? You do turn into an artifact. That's actually sort of a problem. No one's playing Surge and Grixis? Yeah, I guess that's fair. A lot of people are playing Cut Down because their mana base needs to make Invoke Despair work, and playing Cut Down rather than Voltage Surge is just playing pretty much a strictly worst card the vast majority of the time. The version of Grixis I've got, 3 copies of Abrade are the only dead cards against Mono Blue, and I would probably post-board turn those into 2 Siphon Insights and 1 Duress. The Reckoner Bankbuster for the opponent's going to be a problem while I'm missing land drops. I did mostly also forget about the fact that this transforms, which is going to force me to trade off my Bankbuster. At the very least, they can't attack with Foundry here unless they find another Foundry. Actually, how much does it cost in total to attack with Foundry and Pump? Costs 5 mana total? So they could definitely do that. Oh, that's cute. Celestis and Graveyard Glutton having synergy. I dig it. I hope I should have Go for the Throated that. Could negate this, trade off, and draw. I think that's probably what I want to do. I think I'd rather get their creature off the board, not have to pay any additional life. If they do have a second removal spell for Bankbuster, I would have to Go for the Throat the Glutton, which would suck. Okay. Raid's not bad, but it's also not a land drop. Sheoldred's annoying. Land drop would be nice. That's an interesting crew. That means if I actually draw a Bloodtithe Harvester, I could pay 2 life to kill the Bankbuster. Which I wouldn't necessarily hate. No. We draw a land, however. That's pretty good. Alright. Gonna hold back Bloodtithe Harvester to be able to block Foundry. Stormcarved Coast let us hit a land drop and hold up Essence Scatter and Abrade without paying any life, and that's just swell. This we can do nothing about. However, I could Abrade the Bankbuster now. If they draw a card, am I upset by that? Not really. I think that letting them have the Bankbuster here would just be the least good decision that I could do. So we'll fire off the we'll fire off the Abrade in response to the Pilfer. They could wind up resolving Sheoldred now. That would suck if that happens. It is probably not a good sign that the opponent's discarding Bankbuster now. But I choose to live in a world where the opponent is making mistakes, rather than the world where the opponent has everything they need. Because I'm only going to choose to live in the world where I have a chance. What do we have in the graveyard? 2 creatures. No creatures. Essence Scatter gone. Trespasser. Okay. It's not good, but it could be worse. They take the Essence Scatter, huh? That seems so strange. Okay, do we just... Probably not supposed to let them transform Trespasser, which means I'm probably supposed to play a card. I'm guessing that that card wants to be Corpse Appraiser, rather than Evelyn here. Dare I go down to 2? I think not. I think the plan here is going to be to just represent the blood token discard into some instant speed spell. Yeah, that's not ideal. Alright, land, go away, draw a counterspell? Negate specifically? Would be cool. Nope, that's a land. Alright, well, we're dead then. Took a little more damage than I was comfortable with on the first couple of turns there, unfortunately. I might not actually like Voltage Surge. We've seen 0 2-drops out of the opponent's deck. Which kind of leaves me with an interesting position of wondering whether I would prefer to bring in Sheoldred, Siphon Insight... And Siphon Insight instant speed. It's big. I might need to reevaluate how many Painlands I'm playing. I thought it wasn't that many. It's 9. Yeah, it's not a huge number, but it might be like 1 more than we can afford. Maybe I have to just accept turning one of these into a basic. Grixis command giving lifelink, I don't know if that's super valuable in this matchup. Just because I think having a creature on board is pretty difficult. But it is the only source of life gain that we could have access to if we're not playing Sheoldred. I think I'm going to try bringing in Siphon Insight and seeing what happens if I treat this like a Grixis Mire. Okay, this is good. I do not want to bring out Evelyn in this matchup. I think that any matchup that's about card advantage, Evelyn shines in. And I think this is a matchup that is about card advantage. I probably am just going to play Otawara because of how much I value having lands that don't have to tap for life. So I don't think we try to hold on to the Otawara at all. Pilfer. That's fine. Don't care about that whatsoever. In fact, like, this is a pretty strong example of where I think Pilfer is actively terrible. I think the opponent pilfering me rather than activating Bankbuster is just, like, pretty actively bad for them. They get a 1-for-1 instead of a 0-for-1. If Pilfer is Duress and costs 1 mana, that's a very different story because you can curve Bankbuster into using your mana efficiently. But positions like this where you can't do that look really bad. Siphon is fun, but I'm not sold on the tempo loss. So the question is whether tempo matters in this matchup or not. And I legitimately don't know how often this matchup comes down to tempo versus how often it comes down to access to resources. And some part of tempo is the ability to use your mana efficiently, and ways to spend your mana at instant speed do a lot to help you spend your mana efficiently. That's a big part of why Bankbuster is such a good card in these kind of shells. And Siphon Insight essentially being copies 5 and 6 of Bankbuster give it a lot of utility. Trespasser. No. I will continue to spend my mana drawing cards while the opponent can't use their Bankbuster at all. Makes me very happy. Will continue spending my mana efficiently while my opponent can't use their mana at all. Well, there's a pretty good chance we actually get the capacity to cycle this Xander's Lounge at some point in the near future. When you do play Evelyn, I find it gets removed far too frequently. It's not terribly hard to just play Evelyn, and if they remove it, you've, like, lost nothing, really. And when it does stick around, you get a lot of card advantage out of it. Like, Evelyn's not really a 5-drop so much as it is a 7-drop in a sense. Or it's a 5-drop after the opponent taps out. There's a fair amount of time that I've just ate an Invoke Despair and then played Evelyn after the Invoke Despair, and then just beat the Invoke Despair because Evelyn was a better source of card advantage. I feel like this trade is incredibly good for me. I get to trade off the Bankbuster that has gotten full value for the Bankbuster that has not drawn a single card. No, hey, more Bankbusters. Radical. Well, let's go ahead and attack with the Corpse Appraiser then. Playing the Bankbuster stops the Trespasser from transforming. Opponent can't really attack into the Bankbuster. I've got a pair of negates. Position seems good. We have an answer to Sheoldred. We have a lot of card advantage. My life is fine. Okay, this is clever. If I draw with the Bankbuster, they get to attack with the Trespasser by playing the Sheoldred pre-combat. So I'm forced to not draw in response to the Sheoldred, which isn't actually a problem because I have the removal spell for Sheoldred in hand, but potentially meant that I took more damage if I didn't have that. That was cleverly done by them. Let's go ahead and Siphon Insight at sorcery speed so that the Trespasser doesn't transform. I will take Invoke Despair, because, well, why not? That now means that I have enough access to card advantage that... let's see here. I think I still want to play the untapped land this turn. We will swing with Corpse Appraiser. This is bad into Cut Down. I'll play around Cut Down since I'm winning the long game anyway. Yeah, that's true. I couldn't have drawn with the Bankbuster after blocking the Trespasser, but also they can't attack with a 3/3 Trespasser into my Bankbuster. So, by forcing me to draw main phase 1, they essentially make me commit to whether I'm going to draw with Bankbuster or crew with Bankbuster, and if I commit to drawing with Bankbuster, then they get a safe attack with Trespasser. That's the major difference in my mind right there. Do you think it's risky to craft Ominous Traveler and Trapfinder for Historic? I would say it's not risky to craft those two cards. The question is, what are the other cards in the deck around those two cards that you may or may not lose your functional wildcards on when they no longer have a use? See, I don't need to put these cards in my deck if my opponent can just put them in my deck for me. I will say, Siphon Insight's giving me a lot of utility for all the pain lands that I put in my deck. Bankbuster's gotta be one of my favorite non-bonker cards. Yeah, it fills a kind of jank glue role. I was earlier today trying to think of what other cards to me seem like the kind of cards that just take weird brews and make them work. Bankbuster is this to a lesser extent, but Elder Gargaroth was a similar kind of card that you could just put in a random brew and it would turn the random brew good. Treasure Map, Mazemind Tome. Cards that just somehow keep winding up in decks over and over and over and over. Alright, well, let's go ahead and play Invoke Despair and draw some cards. I don't think I need to play any lands before this, since I've already got the one Negate. Questing Beast wasn't really so much a jank card because it was specifically something that was really aggressive. A jank glue card to me is something that, like, goes into almost all decks regardless of what you're doing game plan wise, that just sometimes wins games on its own or makes every strategy better. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is definitely the kind of card that is a jank glue card, but also is, like, really good. I don't really need to attack, do I? Nah, I don't need to attack. I probably do need a Corpse Appraiser, though. 2 mana is all I need to hold up. Bone Crusher. Yeah, Bone Crusher fits. Ooh, I was going to say, am I going to get Takenuma in response here? That's cute. In which case, I'm glad I targeted the Trespasser instead of the Sheoldred. Oh, yeah, so they don't even fizzle my Corpse Appraiser, so desperate are they to get the Sheoldred back. And then, thankfully for us, we found an answer to Sheoldred. Alright. I don't think the opponent's going to do anything that I care about negating with 1 to 2 extra mana, so we'll just go ahead and Bankbuster in response here. Set an upkeep stop. Although I believe that they actually fixed it, and now you don't need this upkeep stop, but I'm still going to keep setting it by reflex. I believe what happens is you get the first turn after Sheoldred enters the battlefield as a free stop. I don't know if it cares about both players. I think it's just after the first turn you have to do it automatically. Let's see here. I don't know if this is lethal, but let's find out. I'm going to assume this is probably pretty close to lethal. Yeah, it was lethal. Cool. So in that case, Siphon Insight turned out to be pretty excellent. What we discovered was that Bankbuster on turn 2 is kind of a pretty significant problem. Especially if it curves into a 3-drop that actually crews it, which is probably that position on the draw is where Negate not being Make Disappear is most painful. I mean, I guess Abrade doesn't mind that so much, but Go for the Throat is not good in that position. It does make me wonder if we could set up our sideboard to play more copies of Make Disappear on the draw, but we'd also need a lot of untapped turn 1 blue to make... not Make Disappear, Spell Pierce. But, I don't know if the mana base could ever support actually trying to have Spell Pierce on turn 1 on the draw. So now the deck command, since we finished that, should actually be updated. Do you feel like a 1 of Saheeli fits in this? I tried it as a draw engine and it wasn't that bad, but it was kind of whatever. I don't think the deck needs more sorcery speed expensive draw engines. I think if anything, what the deck wants is more instant speed draw engines for the sort of Drago Mire situation, which is basically where I think Siphon Insight's probably just a better draw engine in the matchups where you want draw engines. Do you remember the weird post about how the enemy didn't call a Sheoldred trigger until it was at 4 damage and they were supposed to ask if the stack was empty? Yes. It is awkward, but that is the way it works. Yeah, so... now we are without answers to Bankbuster while on the draw. I am... flummoxed. Still, we get to Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So, if the opponent has, like, Bankbuster, draw, cut down, that's sort of bad, but... okay. You have the 4 mana blow up both halves of Bankbuster spell? No, we just have Bloodtithe Harvester. Okay. This seems more or less fine to me. This is slow enough that the Bankbuster attacking here does not feel like the end of the world. Presumably they kill the 2/2, sure. Evelyn is great. Do I want more red sources than this? I don't think so. I think I mostly just want untapped lands for the foreseeable future. And we're probably going to get a red source anyway. So now I think we just get rid of their onboard crewer and plan to Essence Scatter the next crewer. If they invoke Despair Me, okay. They draw some cards, I lose some life. That's fine. Was Go for the Throat and the Goblin a good play for the opponent? I think so. Not answering the Goblin and letting me get a tempo advantage by developing treasures is pretty awful for them. I do not think that is something that they want to do. They are missing land drops, which isn't the end of the world because they have Bankbusters, but is pretty not great into Evelyn, unless they have a removal spell for Evelyn here. Which they're pretty likely to do. That's not great. Okay. Bloodtithe Harvester. Don't mind that so much. Let's go ahead and play the Bloodtithe Harvester, see if the opponent kills Reflection in response. They do not. Okay. So in that case, I'm just going to pass the turn. I'll copy Bloodtithe Harvester. Well, now that they've made this token... No. If they draw with Bankbuster, should I copy the Bloodtithe Harvester now? Again, I don't think so. I think I'm supposed to try to copy Bloodtithe Harvester at the end of their turn so I can actually use it to kill the 1/1. I don't think I'm supposed to go down on Ertai. And I could hold it up instead. Yep. Bankbuster swing. That's fine. No desire to do anything in response to that. Hoping the opponent plays a creature. Fable's not a creature. Alright, end of turn, Reflection, target Harvester. See what happens. That resolves. Okay, interesting. Am I discarding Ertai then? I believe I am. I think that's slightly too expensive in this position. What does the opponent do here? Nothing. Alright. I believe spending my mana as efficiently as possible is pretty important to me, so we're just going to tap out and go for the throat. If they have a removal spell for the Reflection, they get to resolve it here. Looks like they still don't. If I untap, I feel like I'm probably going to No. I only have one Bloodtithe Harvester target anyway. Negate is a fantastic draw. So we get to sack this, kill the 1/1. Play our land. Could attack with Bloodtithe Harvester if we want to. Do we want to? Yes. Now we have Evelyn plus Negate set up, which is not the most reliable into the amount of cards the opponent's holding up, but is sort of safe into the amount of mana they're holding up. Normally I would assume the opponent would be pretty... They discarded a blue card. They discarded more blue cards. Okay. Well, that's interesting with the Proving Ground, isn't it? So I'm not playing against Jund. Huh. I guess this must just be a deck with Invoke Despair, so they need more dual lands with black? Corpse Appraiser. I am inclined to allow that to happen. I could Essence Scatter this to deny them the crew on the Bankbuster, and the card advantage off of Corpse Appraiser, and the creature in play for Fable. But I think I'd rather just resolve Evelyn with Negate back up here. If they run into Ziatora's Triomes, it is so much bending over backwards to make Invoke Despair work. And I, don't even think Invoke Despair is particularly good. It does mean you get to run fewer Pain lands, but so much of this matchup comes down to having 2 untapped mana on turn 2 that I'm really sketched out whether all of these sacrifices you make for Invoke Despair are actually worth it. Alright. Play an Evelyn. If the opponent has to make disappear this Evelyn, sacking the Corpse Appraiser, I'm going to be so sad for them. I'm going to be sad for me too, because that means that I won't actually resolve the Evelyn. I forgot that copied Make Disappear is two separate things. Gross. I mean, that is still mostly a 2-for-1. That's probably fine-ish. That is actually a lot less happy than I was expecting. I wonder if that was a rationale for using the Essence Scatter on the Corpse Appraiser and not trying to jam Evelyn here. Pretty confident at this point they don't have an answer to the Bloodtithe Harvester. Essence Scatter plus 2 negates sounds like a pretty good time. Three turns of chunking for 6. We get a couple of turns before Reckoner Bankbuster gets to make another Reckoner Bankbuster crude. Is it wrong to swing for 9 there? I don't think that there's any benefit to swinging for 9 there, because if I swing for 9 that turn, then I only swing for 3 the following turn. And if I swing for 6, then I can kill the Reflection with Bloodtithe Harvester. Copied. I guess that means 1 turn slower on lethal, but I think they're going to be able to crew the Bankbuster just off of activating the second Bankbuster soon enough that I'm not going to have the 3-turn lethal anyway. Yeah, I don't want my opponent to have enough to crew a Bankbuster here. Yeah, Invoke being, like, unplayable in every matchup except the Mire is kind of the impression I've gotten. And in the Mire, I'm of the opinion it's just worse than Evelyn, so, like, that leaves me feeling like there is no reason why I would ever want Invoke Despair over Evelyn if it's worse in the matchup that Evelyn is good in, and at least equal to Evelyn in every other matchup, and then just mostly makes your mana base worse. Oh, alright. Spell Pierce at least somewhat makes Invoke Despair less annoying here. If they do go land drop Invoke Despair, then, I mean, I can still cycle it. Let's see, we've used 2 negates. We have 1 negate left. So this kills the Reflection and draws a card. It's probably worth noting that I really don't like having Make Disappear in this position either, though it wouldn't be the end of the world. Having Make Disappear instead of the Essence Scatter, I guess, would be nice. Alright, sacrifice the Bloodtithe Harvester, we sacrifice the Kiki, we take 2 damage. Alright, we'll counter the 4 damage. Go for the throats, fine. Bankbuster. Draw. Notably, they're now a few more turns away from doing anything with the Bankbuster. And by doing anything, I mean turning it into a creature. With our Bankbuster in play and the Harvester, we are looking at potentially sort of representing lethal if we draw a creature and the opponent has nothing. Yeah, Braid's kind of a problem. I gotta admit, I'm really skeptical of Wandering Mind in this deck. The fact that it doesn't crew Bankbuster as your 3-drop really makes me, like, deeply unimpressed with it. Feels like there's better ways you can spend your 3 mana. Okay, Bankbuster go bye-bye. How do I feel about Gix Command at the 5 CMC slot? I think that it's a pretty reasonable card against Esper. I don't know that I want it strongly against any other matchup. Could cycle this with blood. I'd probably rather hold on to the blood to avoid flooding, given that I have no other resources, or no other sources of resource advantage at the moment. Let's get rid of this. Probably should have left up that red source. Yeah, in case I drew something that cost red mana. I guess the Wandering Mind's good with Make Disappear. Should I go for the Throat the Wandering Mind? No. If I go for the Throat the Wandering Mind into playing Corpse Appraiser, then they just get to Make Disappear me normally, so that's even worse. Let's get rid of the Corpse Appraiser. Okay. I believe I would prefer Reckoner Bankbuster here over anything else. Do I go for the Throat this Wandering Mind so I can put my opponent to 2? That actually sounds pretty worthwhile. This I'm assuming gets Make Disappeared, but it getting Make Disappeared means the opponent can't activate Bankbuster, which would deny them blocker next turn. Alright, 2 lethal threats. I didn't have a red source, so I couldn't have abraded that. If I had a red source, I probably would have preferred to have abraded that to play around exactly Sheoldred. Alright, Sheoldred's fine. Opponent can go to 4 here. Voltage Surge plus Abrade. So, in response... So if I attack with everybody here, the opponent activates Reckoner Bankbuster. In response to that, I use 2 removal spells on Sheoldred. That ought to work. Provided they don't have a 1 mana piece of interaction. And by use Voltage Surge on Sheoldred, I mean use both of my removal spells on Sheoldred. So we're in a lot of trouble if they have Cut Down. If they don't have Cut Down, it's okay. Okay. We successfully beat the opponent who had multiple Bankbusters in the Mire, and all it took was them not having lands forever. Why didn't they crew the other Bankbuster to block? So they could have crewed the other Bankbuster to block, but I think they conceded because they just... Oh, right, there was a treasure. Oh, shoot. Any 2-mana removal spell was also good enough to beat us there. Wow. I forgot about that part. We were actually super unlikely to have this work. I think it was still correct, but... Yeah, they didn't create the other Bankbuster to block because blocking one thing is still dead. Oh, you're right. They could have crewed with Sheoldred, couldn't they? And then blocked with the 1/1. Yeah, alright. So in that position, they kill the Corpse Appraiser, chump block the Bloodtithe, I play Bankbuster. Yeah, that's a pretty good position from them. Does that mean my entire line was wrong since that was allowable? Even if there were actually, like, multiple outs? It might still have been the best line that was available to me regardless. But, I mean, I definitely missed a ton of relevant factors there. Alright, we don't want Voltage Surge, we want Siphon Insight. I think we keep everything else the same. Abrade a vehicle and Voltage Surge a blocker. So, is there a way I could have made that work? I don't think there's a way I could have made that work. Because if I leave the Sheoldred in play, they gain 2 life, bare minimum. And that's just hard to handle. Thought you wanted to practice Alchemy for the forthcoming qualifier weekend. Is that soon? I thought that was like in the middle of next month. I mean, hypothetically, we want to do that. But I had not thought about it. Ooh, opponent has nothing to do. I love it. I wish I had something to do. But you know what? I consider doing nothing while making land drops to be more of something than doing nothing while missing land drops. So this works for me. This situation feels very fine. Is Grixis fun to play? Yeah, I mean, most decks that play just a ton of instant speed shenanigans are pretty entertaining to play, in my opinion. Do nothing until turn 5. Hope the opponent doesn't have Negate. Be sad when the opponent has Negate. Hope the opponent doesn't have Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Be happy when the opponent doesn't have Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Do I want to Essence Scatter this, or would I rather go for the Throat It? I'd probably rather go for the Throat It. They get the Blood token, which they might be pressured to use at sorcery speed to make a land drop, unless they have exactly Spell Pierce. I will now choose to play around exactly Spell Pierce. So we will go for the Throat the Bloodtithe Harvester, play the Corpse Appraiser, hold up Essence Scatter. How do I feel about this matchup versus blue-red Power Stone deck? I feel like it's pretty Grixis favored when I was testing the blue-red Power Stone list. I think that I would prefer to try to get to my 7th land drop for Evelyn, given that my opponent's missing land drops, more than I want the 2nd Negate, which feels a little redundant here. Do I care about that? No, I can just Abrade it. 2nd red is nice too. Yeah, that is very accurate. Alright. Kill the Bloodtithe Harvester. Opponent kindly kills my Corpse Appraiser. Hope we hit the untapped land. We don't. We hit a tap land. Oh, am I willing to Evelyn for 2 chances and an untapped land? If no instant speed card advantage is pretty concerning. But if I miss on the untapped land and the opponent just kills Evelyn, I'm probably losing at that point. So I think I just play the tap land and pass. I don't think Grixis is super ahead versus blue-red, but I just felt like Grixis was moderately ahead versus blue-red. Like, it did not feel good to be the deck that was trying to play singular expensive cards against Grixis, when all of Grixis' incentives to win the Mire are cards that overlappingly are also good against the blue-red giant spells deck, which is to say playing at instant speed and playing more countermagic. Okay. Sure. So we didn't care about playing Evelyn out at sorcery speed into Invoke if we had untapped land off of the Evelyn, because then we could just negate the Invoke, but that required us to actually, you know, hit the untapped land. That just too risky, too risky. Alright, go over the Throat the Corpse Appraiser, play Bloodtithe Harvester, trigger Evelyn, see what we find, hope we find a counterspell, find a couple of lands, fine, play land, regret that because forgot that I can't play Fable that way. That'll probably be fine, though. Do we do this at sorcery speed? Yes, I think we do. Need to remember that the existence of Bankbuster in this deck incentivizes you to do a lot of stuff at sorcery speed that I normally wouldn't want to do at sorcery speed. Aren't counterspells really good versus Skitterbeam? They're not necessarily... Like, Negate isn't good versus Skitterbeam, but Make Disappear is very good versus Skitterbeam. And so is Essence Scatter. Alright. If I were an answer to Sheoldred, where would I be hiding? Let's get rid of the Sheoldred. Negate's cool. And then draw 2 more. More Fables. Okay. So I could play Fable here and hold up a removal spell. That's probably the correct decision. Rather than making a land drop and playing out Bankbuster. I don't think I'm willing to tap out for this Abrade just to kill a Sheoldred if it means going shields down on this new Negate to protect the Evelyn. I kind of feel like I just have enough life and resources that the Sheoldred is not a card that concerns me. Oh, look, Invoke Despair. Okay, deal. I will happily trade off 2 of my cards for Sheoldred. Okay, yep. Opponent thinks perhaps that was not the attack they wanted to make. Oh dear. An acapella. Ugh. What do we do about that? Would we prefer a song that sounds old, or a song that's about being old? Which of those sounds better? I guess I should say it. The song that sounds old isn't even really, like, necessarily a song. It's almost more of a country rap. Half of the fun in that is just trying to see if you can do a tongue twister, to be honest. The entire problem is that how are you ever supposed to decide? Sounds old? Alright, alright. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I know the lyrics of this song by heart, but I'll look them up regardless. I'm pretty sure this was written... Yeah, okay. This was straight up just written for the Disney song, or the Disney movie in the 70s. Huh. Doodly doodly doo, doodly doodly doo. I wonder if this is even in the actual movie in the entirety of it. Hilda Song's Howling at the Moon. I think I've done Blue Moon, which is sort of like that. Alright. So to begin with, lyrics for this song... Oh, that bodes really well for this being a tongue twister. Lyrics for this song go like so. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth at what the other has to say. Reminiscing, this and thatting, having such a good time. Oodalali, oodalali, golly, what a day. It's so hard to say this without singing, but anyway. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water. They were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a watching in and gathering around. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees, and trying to get away. Contemplating nothing but escape and finally making it. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Used to try to sing this like faster and faster with every verse as a way to, what's the right term? Warm up your diction? Is diction word choice, or is diction your ability to enunciate? Maybe the term is just warm up your ability to enunciate. Is Enduring Angel an overlooked card in Grixis Invoke Despair meta? Nah, because it dies to all of their 2-drops and then you'd have to resolve a 5-drop against the counterspell deck. It was pretty interesting for a while there, but yeah, it is just... The new versions with Go for the Throat just have too much of a high density of answers to it. Alright, let's try this. Robin Hood Little No, that's wrong. Am I gonna have to warm up to get into the warm up? In the interest of always postponing this, here's a question for folks. Do you ever notice that you have like a completely different voice when you're talking on the phone that doesn't sound anything like what you sound like when you're not talking on the phone? And that, like, unless you trick your brain into thinking you're talking on the phone, you physically can't make that voice happen just attempting to talk normally? Whatever that effect is, I have the same thing when I'm streaming, and I'm realizing that now attempting to sound like to talk in my streaming voice and then move to singing leads to me trying to sing in my streaming voice, and I have no clue how to do that? I don't know. Do a deer, a female deer. No, see, that's not actually how I sing normally. What if I just mute? Do I like trick myself into doing it that way if I mute? Yeah, the second I mute, I can actually do it. Do a deer, a female deer, ray, a drop of golden sun. You know what it is? I'm trying not to yell too loud in the microphone, and that makes all the difference. I think that's what my brain is concerned about. Anyway. What if I tried to put a bunch of country twang on this? Would that fix it? Robin Hood, Little John walk... No, I can't even sing low enough to do that. Robin Hood, Little... Mm-hmm. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth at what the other has to say, reminiscing this and that and having such a good time. Oodalali, golly, what a day. That's not so bad. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth at what the other has to say, reminiscing this and that and having such a good time. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching and gathering round. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees and trying to get away. Contemplating nothing but escaping, finally making it. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Alright. Dun, dun, dun. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth on what the other has to say, reminiscing this and that and having such a good time. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Never ever dreaming there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching and gathering round. First mess up already, said dreaming instead of thinking in the first verse. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping mountains, dodging trees and trying to get away, contemplating nothing but escaping, finally making it. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth on what the other has to say, reminiscing this and that and having such a good time. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching and a-gathering round. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees and trying to get away, contemplating nothing but escaping, finally making it. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth on what the other has to say, reminiscing this and that and having such a good time. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching and a-gathering round. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees and trying to get away, contemplating nothing but escaping, finally making it. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Robin Hood and Little John walk through the forest, laughing back and forth what the others to say, reminiscing this and that having a good time. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching and gathering round. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees and trying to get away, contemplating nothing but escaping, finally making it. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Did I mess that one up? Did I go to the third verse in the middle of the second instead of saying dreaming? Maybe. Robin Hood and Little John walk through the forest, laughing back and forth what he has to say, reminiscing and having a good time. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzled it down. Never dreaming that a scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching and a-gathering round. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees and trying to get away, contemplating nothing but escaping, finally making it. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. Oodle-lolly, golly, what a day. I think trying to do it any faster than that's where I start tripping up. I was already kind of tripping up there. Yeah, that's a very fun song to, like, not necessarily sing, of sorts, but just practice pronunciating every single little individual line. Very, very fun. Good warm-up song. Very much up there with Do Re Mi. It's a shorter song, but I guess if you sing it like 50 times... What's the other song that's kind of like it? What's the name of the song? Oh, shoot. It's about bunnies? Is that what it was about? Is it Dozy Oats? Yeah. Mare's Eat Oats, not Doe's Eat Oats. We'll keep this because it's got cards. I want to look this up. No. Give me actual lyrics. Novelty song from the 40s. Yeah. What's the lyrics? Whatever. It goes something like, Mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. A kittle eat ivy too, would you? My kittle eat ivy too, would you? If the words sound queer and funny to your ear, a little bit jumbled and jivey, sing mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. Oh, mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. A kittle eat ivy too, would you? My kittle eat ivy too, would you? Let's see, I'm gonna Do I want to go for the Throat this, actually, so that I can hold up Voltage Surge off of the Corpse Appraiser? Then I don't have a go for the Throat for Sheoldred, but I think that's actually probably fine. I'm going to assume that's fine. 2 for 1? No, I mean, that wasn't really singing anything, was it? Maybe it sort of is. It's a pain that I have to, like, broadcast that I'm caring about holding up. Alright, Xander's Lounge for cycling it is. It's a pain that I have to broadcast that I'm holding up Voltage Surge here. Oh, okay, never mind. Nothing's a pain. Mulligans weren't wrong. Everything's good. Has Control made any progress on mid-range since your article a month ago? Not really. I tried a bunch of different ways to make Control seem like it worked. The most successful thing that I've come up with is a blue-red Control list playing Haughty Djinn and the new red Mishra's Command that sort of works. Although I had some ideas for how to change it that might make it better. Let's do this, because I think we're playing a mirror match. Deck you're playing as control deck. I feel like decks that have to do things to gain incremental advantage are closer in my mind to a mid-range deck than a control deck. To my mind, a true control deck is a deck whose objective is to deny the opponent the ability to do anything because they have the ultimate endgame. And Grixis is not a deck that has the ultimate endgame in the sense that it can't pivot. It can't be falling behind and then win the late game. Grixis is all about keeping even with your opponent development-wise at every point in the game and inching out small advantages and gradual resource accrual. And that, like, to me, is Grixis is the classic mid-range deck. It's just a mid-range deck that plays at flash speed. Apparently I needed to play Voltage Surge because I'm not actually playing the mirror match. Okay. I was like, if a deck is bad at falling behind and then stabilizing, or if it's bad at falling behind early and then turning the corner later, then it can't really be a control deck. And I think Grixis is a deck that is like, if it's losing the tempo exchange on the first 4 turns, it's probably really unhappy in that match, or at least in that game. Do you think there are less control decks because many players don't like to play against constant counterspells? I don't think constant counterspells has anything to do with it. Because I think Grixis is a deck that plays a lot of counterspells, but it's not a control deck playing a lot of counterspells. And I think that counterspells are in a pretty fine spot, but I kind of want to Siphon Insight so I can find a removal spell after they kill this Corpse Appraiser and get a huge tempo advantage on me. What control decks lack right now isn't counterspells. They have access to a pretty broad suite of pretty effective counterspells. What control decks lack to actually be what is in my mind a control deck is they lack any set of cards or kind of engine that allows them to come back from falling behind early. And maybe that's me being overly demanding of what is a control deck. Because by that logic, there's actually a lot of Hero of Dominaria decks that aren't even necessarily true control decks, in a sense. And that just begins to feel kind of wrong. Where are we? We're in the beginning of combat. Okay. We will attempt to deny them treasure. We are successful at denying them treasure. Do I want them to have a second Fable? No, not really. No Make Disappear demonstrated there, which means they have some kind of removal spell. I think I just play Bloodtithe Harvester. It's so tempting to play Bankbuster here, but I think I'm supposed to Siphon Insight and just hope that I have either a piece of interaction for a Kiki-Jiki or a counterspell off of the reflection or off of the Siphon Insight. Okay. Well, so we lose the Bankbuster, but get a Bankbuster, I guess? Alright, well, unfortunately that's not an answer to the reflection. I could discard this Bankbuster for the blood here in the hopes that we fizzle the Duress, but I'd rather just have a thing on board they have to deal with, or else we get to kill the Kiki-Jiki. I think Grixis simply has a strong desire to play better tools to catch up. Grixis really wants to be control deck, and all its weaknesses stem from being too far towards mid-range. I don't disagree with that, in that I think there is a lot of space for a control deck in the meta. I think where the reason that Grixis can't really do that, to my mind, is that I don't think that the tools are there that allow you to pivot in the late game. Like, that's where a card like Hullbreaker would classically be good, but we don't actually, like, have the tools necessary to make playing Hullbreaker good. And a big part of that is, I guess, lack of ramp, lack of desirable one-mana spells, the Vampire package taking up a lot of your deck in Grixis, and like a bunch of Grixis's pieces are really synergistic. Like the fact that Reckoner Bankbuster is very good against control decks and against Grixis, so you're incentivized to just play a ton of it. But in order for it to be an acceptable card and to subsidize how good it is in the control matchups, you need to be able to make it not bad against aggro decks, and in order to do that, you need to have a pretty large density of things that crew it, and that works really well with the Bloodtithe Harvester Corpse Appraiser plan, and Corpse Appraiser works really well with lots of removal spells. But at that point, like, each of those pieces that is supporting one another all take up deck space and all sort of implicitly pull you into a mid-range game plan that's about developing your board on the early turns a lot of the time. What's the win condition of this deck? This deck, as far as actually killing your opponent, you just have a lot of stuff that randomly does damage. But the way... There's a difference, I guess, between what cards make your opponent dead in this deck and what cards win the game. I think the former is actually not very important most of the time, other than in control decks that need to play like one card that literally makes the game end. But in this deck, a huge number of your cards make the opponent's life total go down, so you don't really need to pay attention to that. The way that the deck is designed to get ahead, and winning the game is just something that happens once you're ahead, kind of randomly, and it doesn't really matter how that happens, but the way in which you get ahead is you have lots of efficient removal and interaction mana-wise, and you have lots of cards that draw more cards, and you just attrition the opponent out by having more stuff than them. So in that sense, that is the actual win con for the deck. Notice you don't run Unlicensed Terse. Is it because it clashes with Reckoner Bankbuster or just doesn't suit the deck? It's pretty good for denying Corpse Appraiser triggers and exiling Tenacious Underdogs. So I've not seen a lot of decks lately that play Tenacious Underdog, and also I don't think exiling it is a super high priority. Like, that's kind of what Corpse Appraiser does in the deck. In fact, Corpse Appraiser is so good against Tenacious Underdog that I think that's a pretty big part of why a lot of players aren't playing Tenacious Underdog anymore, unless they're playing like Mono Black, in which case I'm just going to outcard advantage them and ignore Tenacious Underdog. And Unlicensed Terse does deny opposing Corpse Appraiser triggers, but also you have to spend an entire card and 2 mana to start denying Corpse Appraiser triggers, and that is, like, in my mind, not an acceptable entry-level cost. I would rather just let them resolve Corpse Appraiser and not have to have spent that mana doing that, and just be playing like a removal spell instead, or something like that. Mono blue is the only deck that I really think Unlicensed Hearse is actively good against, or actively desirable against. Maybe I should have abraded that? I probably should have abraded that. And I think that Grixis is just well-positioned enough against mono blue that you don't really need that, and can dedicate your sideboard space to other cards instead. Would I prefer to abrade this? Or Essence Scatter it? I have Go for the Throat, so I guess I'll prefer to Essence Scatter it. That way I keep an answer to another Bankbuster. Weirdly enough, that Corpse Appraiser was pretty bad for them because there wasn't anything in the graveyard, but I wanted their Corpse Appraiser in the graveyard, so I countered it anyway, just so that mine would do something. Okay, my Corpse Appraiser dies. They are out on Abrade. That is all extremely fine by me. We will play a Bankbuster now that the opponent does not have Abrade up, and pass the turn. I'm wondering if I was supposed to activate Bankbuster at sorcery speed there, in the interest of hitting that land drop. Given as it is, I think anything they play here, I guess I'm representing Negate, but yeah, I'm basically going to activate Bankbuster rather than cast Go for the Throat or Abrade here so frequently. I got rewarded, I guess, because turns out I wasn't going to draw a land anyway, but I don't know if that was the wrong choice. Alright, opponent draws with Bankbuster, we blow up Bankbuster before they get another draw out of it. What do I consider the worst card that people are playing in meta decks right now? Probably Invoke Despair in my mind, in that I just don't think that that's right, but is that what you meant by worst card? Yeah, I'm representing counter spells, but I'm thinking in that position, I'm not even sure what I could have counterspelled that would have been better off counterspelling than a Reckoner Bankbuster. I guess I was representing not necessarily having removal in that case. Let's see, we can probably play Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this position. Unlikely to have main deck Negate. They're probably playing main deck Make Disappear. This would be another example of a position where them having Negate would be much stronger than them having Make Disappear. Cut down. That's fine. I got a card out of their hand for half of a card out of my hand. And that's all good to me. Not really concerned about the opponent having Sheoldred. I will elect to draw with Bankbuster in response. Set an upkeep stop. Another example of a spot where the opponent having Negate would be a lot better than Make Disappear. More Bankbusters. Delicious. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Not in my main phase. I was gonna say, I don't feel like I've made my land drop yet this turn. Am I willing to get rid of the Bloodtithe Harvester? I think so. Well, got a Bloodtithe Harvester, so that's basically the same thing. Alright, land drop. Play Bankbuster. Do play Bloodtithe Harvester here? Does that seem correct? Or would I rather hold up Bankbuster plus cast spell? I don't think that I need to develop Bloodtithe Harvester here. Well, maybe I want to because it lets me kill... What creature do I care about killing next turn with a hasty Bloodtithe Harvester, assuming that I only have access to 2 blood next turn and can't kill Sheoldred? I'm gonna say that actually means the answer is, like, nothing. What do I think about an RCQ? Do I think it's similar like GPs? RCQs are not similar to GPs. RCQs are kind of similar to PTQs. The actual regional championship itself, that's pretty similar to a GP, if not a little bit harder than a GP. Somewhere between a GP and a Pro Tour, I guess. Alright. We are almost sort of running out of resources. We're not, but we're almost there. I'm actually going to hold on to this other Bloodtithe Harvester in case the opponent has another copy of Brotherhood's in the main deck. So it does seem like a despair list, and representing Negate does something, but in that position, I didn't have an answer for if my opponent... Oh, you can overpay for Blade Coil. Huh. That's interesting. I can do 7 damage here to them. I discard a card. They draw 2 cards. Huh. Feel like I probably want to activate this blood token. Discarding probably Otawara? Probably discarding Go for the Throat. Because if I hit an Essence Scatter, that's a big deal. Discard a land. Take some damage. More Bankbusters. Alright. Blade Coil down. Opponent dead next turn without interaction, but a lot of cards with which they could have interaction. Okay, this means... Oh, that was very bad of me. I could have just let them draw an extra card and not sacked the 1/1. Although that's probably incorrect, but I could have done it. Still feel pretty favored from here because we have a Bankbuster and they don't. I don't think there's any justification for playing Doomblade over Go Through the Throat. Like, it does hit Blade Coil Serpent, but Blade Coil Serpent's mostly a one-of. And I think I'd rather just be sad against Blade Coil Serpent some of the time than have a Doomblade instead of a Go for the Throat when my opponent plays, like, Sheoldred or, like, every card in Grixis that isn't Blade Coil Serpent. Besides, most of the value of Blade Coil Serpent is in the ETB. That's what you really want to deny, and so, like, Go for the Throat not killing it's already mostly fine. In that, like, optimizing your removal spells for it is not really what you want to do anyway. More Reckoner Bankbusters. Is that the full 4? That is the full 4. Delicious. Alright. Fable. Bankbuster. Pass. I think playing Fable out is probably still correct there, even though it means not getting to draw a second time with Bankbuster when I'm so close to killing them. Grixis command. Oh my. Okay. Oh, that doesn't kill the blood. Oh, so I just win, is what you're saying. Right. I thought that killed the Bloodtithe Harvester for some reason. Well, discard these 2 lands, none of this matters. There's another removal spell, perfect. Draw with Bankbuster, make a 1/1, go for the throat, kill a 4/4, crew a Bankbuster, swing for lethal. Whee! We chose the wrong modes. Yeah, so what they could have chosen instead is they could have wiped the board rather than keep the 4/4 around. And that would have left them not dead to a single removal spell, but would have left them dead to 2 creatures, which is also probably just as bad, mostly. I mean, Grixis is not a fun mirror to play if your opponent draws more Bankbusters than you. And if your opponent draws 4 Bankbusters and you draw... Well, I mean, 2 is actually still a lot of Bankbusters, but 4 Bankbusters is more than 2 Bankbusters, and that's a pretty big deal. So let's see. Am I supposed to have an Essence Scatter in the board to bring in against Blade Coil, or am I just supposed to not care about Blade Coil? Be sad if I get hit by it, but accept that them having the 1 or 2 of Blade Coil is something that I just have to live with. I do think Blade Coil is like the one card that really punishes you for not having Make Disappear. Or maybe it's more accurate that Blade Coil is the one card that Make Disappear really punishes? Maybe is a better way of phrasing that. I'd like to reiterate a suggestion of cancel. Like, the 3-mana card? I don't know. I guess, what would we want to replace with cancel if we were going to play cancel? Would be my question then. If I play Bloodtithe Harvester, they play Fable. No, I just have to hold up Negate. Because my main problem with cancel is that I could replace Essence Scatter with it, but Essence Scatter already is an answer to Blade Coil, so that's not an improvement. And I think that there's a significant loss for removing anything that can counter Fable when you're on the draw. Which is a pretty big part of, I think, why 2-mana counter spells are so necessary. Bonk. So this pause could be a removal spell that would hit the Fable token, or could just be priority from the blood. Given that a 1-mana spell here, unless it's Voltage Surge, can't hit the Corpse Appraiser, I think that I'm just going to opt to Corpse Appraiser. Be sort of sad in this position if they have a Sheoldred, but would rather deny them the card in the graveyard for their... I guess we'll take the land. For their Corpse Appraiser, if that's what they have. Yeah, Ertai is a good point, as possibly just being better than cancel. It's not the most ideal. Definitely don't want to take more damage if I'm staring a Sheoldred down. Could play 2 Bloodtithe Harvesters here. Is that worth not holding up Negate? It's probably not worth it. I'm probably just going to have to accept that the Sheoldred's going to do a bunch of damage to me. Okay. The existence of Corpse Appraiser explains trading off the Bloodtithe Harvester so aggressively. Sure. I think Bloodtithe is not necessarily a card that I would want to have on the draw. I do actually think this is a pretty reasonable card to have 4 of on the play, though. It's not the ideal turn 2, but I think just doing anything on turn 2 is significantly better than doing nothing on turn 2. Win on the play. getting to like store an onboard answer to Fable of the Mirror Breaker really frees up how you get to tap out aggressively on the next couple of turns. Here's an Ertai. Ertai's sort of card disadvantage, but not really. Because getting the 3-2 is pretty close. Getting a free 3-2, or a 1-mana 3-2, whatever you want to think of it, is pretty close to relevant in a matchup where it trades off with any real creature's body left behind. No. Absolutely not. Alright. Aggressively trading off. Ertai on the upkeep. Kill a Sheoldred. Opponent draws a card. We're fine with that. We get to make a treasure. Hold up Negate. Do I want this land drop? I think I'm more concerned with resources than land drops right now. Those are cards that are resources. Alright. Okay, so we're approaching the point of the game where if my opponent has Blade Coil, that's gonna suck. If my opponent doesn't have Blade Coil, that's not gonna suck. I want my opponent to resolve Fable. Not really. Do I care enough to counter Fable? Opponent already made a land drop. I think I care enough to counter Fable, especially if the opponent getting into any kind of fight over this makes it easier for me to resolve Bankbuster. Well, this is an example of where, like, the body for Ertai is now a real card. Because I need to be blocking a 3-power or a 3-toughness creature regardless. I think I want a Corpse Appraiser here. I should have checked if there was actually targets. There are. I was going to say, I think that there's plenty of targets, but just in case. Let's get rid of the Sheoldred in case the opponent gets stuff back from the graveyard somehow. Failing to find anything relevant, we will just accept the land drop. Means paying 1 less life for Siphon Insight. Don't really want to swing with the 2-2. Would probably rather play Siphon Insight than Reckoner Bankbuster in this position. Don't want to swing with the Ertai because I want to block with the Ertai more than the Corpse Appraiser when I have Reflection on board. Siphon Insight actually gives us some interesting resiliency to Blade Coil Serpent here, doesn't it? Because it actually means that I get to stock 2 cards in the graveyard. Well, I'll take an Invoke Despair, sure. Seems like that could be useful. Alright, so opponent draws a card, I discard a card, they get a big trample-y Blade Coil. But do they even have good attacks here? Yeah, they get decent attacks. I guess if I'm going to Invoke Despair, I don't really care so much about blocking Blade Coil, other than trying to prevent as much trample damage as possible. I kind of want my life total to be more safer than this. I'm sort of interested in just doing this and not even necessarily casting Invoke Despair here. That way I'm only taking 2 damage down to 6. I think that's reasonable. And I'll just Invoke Despair when they play their next thing. Alright, let's go ahead and Siphon Insight. See where that gets us. Fable. I am willing to play a Fable. Do I hold back Reflection in case they have another Blade Coil? I'm going to assume that's not worthwhile to me. Alright. Reckoner Bankbuster's good. That's a real magic card. This has been an interesting example of Siphon Insight versus Blade Coil Serpent, where both have been very good. Do I want to get rid of either of these? No, I think these both sound kind of excellent. Would I ever play Blade Coil? Yeah, I mean, I think the Blade Coil is pretty reasonable. I do think, however, that Blade Coil is reasonable and is somewhat uniquely extra reasonable against my deck. I think that there is a pretty strong chance that against a stock Grixis list, I would just rather be playing Siphon Insight than Blade Coil. Because I think stock Grixis is weaker to Siphon Insight than it is to Blade Coil, with all the copies of Make Disappear. Late game Blade Coil just takes over, though? Well, I mean, the opponent just played a late game Blade Coil and it didn't take over. It certainly was very impactful and swung the needle in their favor, but I don't know if I would argue that it even swung the needle in their favor as much as having the Siphon Insight swung the needle in our favor. And I think that Siphon Insight is a lot better on the early developing turns, whereas Blade Coil is, like, limited to only being super good on, or at the end of the game. Let's go with this. I think what I'm going to try to do here is just set up the double reflection combo turn. They went for draw 1, discard 1, double haste. Presumably because they wanted to try to pressure our life total. I don't think that giving double haste is usually the correct move or the correct move here, but they didn't have the ability to draw a second card, and making us discard a second card with the knowledge they had, they didn't know that it was going to do nothing, but knowing our hand, it would have done nothing. Did I want to do the float 2 Fable? Oh, so maybe float some copies of Fable at the end of turn so that if they have a removal spell to deny me the reflection combo, they're only using the removal spell on a token instead of the real Fable, and it only costs 2 mana to do that. I kind of didn't bother thinking about it because I figured if they have a removal spell for this reflection, I'm just going to play Evelyn and probably kill them anyway. But if I didn't have the Evelyn, that would have been much more appealing. Yeah, like, this answer to the reflection, currently not something that scares me. But it probably was still correct to do, I think. But, yeah, kind of stopped thinking. Sure, let's go ahead and... How close to lethal are we? They're going to kill a 2/2. I can copy a 3/3. That's 6, 8, 10, 11. Okay, so I should probably just do this then. Kill the pilot. I'm fairly certain this is lethal, probably. I believe all I have to do is play Bloodtithe Harvester, cast Go for the Throat, copy a 3-power creature with Reflection, Crew Bankbuster, swing. That should be like close to lethal or something. Guess there's also Invoke Despair is pretty good. I take 2 damage if I Invoke Despair, though. That'd be an awful shame. I can probably afford to take 2 damage. If I draw 2 with Invoke Despair, I don't take 4 more damage, right? Because the Sheoldred's actually gone as soon as it's sacrificed. Sacrifice isn't like damage where it only moves the card at the end of resolution with the state-based actions. I don't know, let's find out. I'm very curious if this kills me. I don't believe that it does. The opponent can... Oh, you're right. The opponent can crew Bankbuster even though it's tapped. Is that still lethal? Oh, yeah. Oh, but that would have killed me, if they just don't... I guess if they crew the Bankbuster, then I go for the throat. And that's lethal if I draw the untapped land. But yeah, that's a strong reason why it's worse. I can't make that move if I don't have the go for the throat. But having the go for the throat makes that line acceptable. But, okay, so I go for the throat. They take 4. Puts them down to 7, dead on board. Okay, yeah, so I didn't even need the mana, because at that point the 4 more damage means I can just not worry about copying anything with reflection. Swing for 8 on board. No, swing for 10 on board. Oh yeah, that's plenty fine. Plenty fine either way. But thankfully the opponent didn't crew, and we did learn that is in fact how Invoke Despair works. So educational value maximized. The most efficient way to play Magic is to just make as many misplays as possible that you get to learn from, right? While also winning the game? Or rather, while not losing the game? This hand's pretty bad, but I'm excited to see what happens when we just draw lands with it. Perfect. Any insights we've gained on the deck so far? Nothing particularly stand out, other than that, like, the deck's pretty good, and that I think not playing sorcery speed 5 drops makes the deck better. Oh, this is a problem. Alright, well, I don't want to discard the hand size, so we're going to play the Bankbuster, which probably gets countered, and then probably results in the opponent playing Fable. Which I'm not really well equipped to deal with. What are they playing? Mountain Bloodfell Caves. No, there's the land a turn too late. This sucks. My red source is also my blue source. Guess that means I just have to go for the throat this, then? Hopefully they don't go land Fable? I guess if they do, I got Voltage Surge, which involves not playing a huge amount of tempo loss. Not a lot of tempo loss, but definitely some resource loss. I guess the good news is if they're flooding and I'm not, then I can accept a little bit of resource inefficiency. Okay, that's a good draw. So we get to play Fable while holding up Spell Pierce. We have a removal spell to answer the represented Fable combo. But this second Fable, meaning that they get to unflood, is pretty bad. Alright, removal spell on the token. That's something. Bloodtithe Harvester. That's also something. Fable, huh? So I have to get rid of that reflection. I really want to play Fable, and I really want to draw a land, and I really want to have Evelyn. Actually, can I even afford to have Evelyn? I might not be able to afford Evelyn right now because Bloodtithe Harvester is just pretty good at killing it. So I think I just had to maximize my chances of drawing the untapped land. Go for the Throw Out the Reflection, then we play the other Fable. What kills Grixis in the current meta? The best deck for killing Grixis that I have found is Green-White Enchantments, which is pretty consistent and pretty strong at killing Grixis. I think that it is, in my opinion, probably the deck that is most worth playing at the moment. Do I care about either of these? If I play Bloodtithe Harvester, they wind up killing... copying Harvester, killing Reflection, killing Harvester. I think I'd rather just try to find a removal spell. Yeah. No luck there. Okay. Bankbuster isn't an ideal answer to the onboard circumstance, and leaves me feeling pretty bad if they find Corpse Appraiser, but otherwise is at least pretty reasonable. If they have Make Disappear here, they have to sacrifice one of the two things. That'd be fine. Do I have a deck list for Green-White Enchantments? Yes, I do. It is this. Would I trade a treasure for a card here? Yes. I very much intend to do that. Reflection goes away. The other Fable goes away too, huh? That definitely starts to make things pretty awkward. There are definitely top decks that work here. Land is not one of them. Land is also not one of them. Land is also not one of them. Essence Scatter isn't good, but at least it's okay. I don't think I actually care about other Bloodtithe Harvester here. In a sense, I almost care, but one way or another I'm going to have to top deck an answer to that Reflection of Kiki-Jiki before they untap. So I think I'd just rather save Essence Scatter for something that's more threatening. Negate's not helpful. More lands not helpful. Already lost? No. This position's entirely winnable if we have a removal spell in one of those two draws. As it stands, I don't think there's too many cards here that get us out of this, but there's not zero either. Do I want to negate this? If I negate this, Corpse Appraiser is very strong. I think we do negate this in the hopes that we draw exactly Corpse Appraiser. We've definitely won games from much worse positions than this pretty frequently. But I would say that our odds of winning here are probably south of 20%. So now we need the opponent to play around a removal spell. Well, not necessarily, actually. We get a blood token here, which means we get to cycle this island. Come on, Corpse Appraiser. Okay. Now that's pretty interesting. Well, yeah, that part's not good. Alright, so need the opponent to mess up here. If they swing with everything, I'm dead. But if they try to leave back Reflection, then we get a chance. Alright, need my opponent to have a lot of nothing. Does that count as nothing? Yes. Can't beat Make Disappear. Okay, so they get to presumably kill the 1/1, maybe choose to kill the Bankbuster. But we're alive. Okay, they kill the Bankbuster, leave us with a 1/1. Let's top deck something impressive. Corpse Appraiser? Land. That's not helpful. Alright, we'll hold that in case we draw a blood token. Opponent's got a lot of filtering, so that's gonna make this awkward. But if they draw nothing but lands, that's fine too. I would like to engage in the chump blocking, please. Okay, that's the card I wanted. I didn't want the opponent to have it. I actually think it was a mistake for them to not play Corpse Appraiser pre-combat. So then if the Corpse Appraiser resolves, they can just choose not to attack with Reflection, which is probably a good idea. Alright, that's pretty bad. Alright. I think I just have to Sorcery Speed kill the Corpse Appraiser. My options basically don't exist otherwise. So they get to draw a card. They have a blood token and a Bankbuster. He's pretty bad. We're dead to so many things. Yeah, that's definitely one of the ones that kills us. Alright. Well, missed some land drops and had a lot of awkward sequences with early colors, but that could have gone worse. I feel like I'm pretty consistently doing this same sequence against Grixis almost all of the time. The notion of boarding out Bloodtithe Harvesters on the draw is somewhat interesting, but I'm not really sure what card I would want to bring in with this setup. I don't think I want Duress. It would probably just be Siphon Insight if I had room for more Siphon Insights. Surprised you don't like Duress in the Mire? I don't think that... To me, the important part of the Mire is the first 4 turns, and I don't think that I want Duress on the draw. The best that can be said about Duress in my mind is, like, if you turn 1 it, which is hard because your mana doesn't support it. The versions that play Invoke Despair might actually have more untapped turn 1 black sources than I do, and so it's, like, actually feasible to turn 1 Duress on the draw. Because if you take Bankbuster, that's a pretty big deal. But Duressing on turn 2 leaves you no mana to do anything particularly relevant. Duress on turn 3 as a way to make it safe to play Bankbuster is maybe interesting, but, like, I don't think that's interesting enough for me to want Duress over an instant speed spell like Siphon Insight. Don't run any Flesh Gorgers? Nah. No room. No room. Brotherhood's End to be a consideration in that scenario. Brotherhood's End might be a consideration in this deck since you actually run a fair number of red sources, but I would assume that that would be against aggressive decks. It's not a card that I really want in the Mire. when I play the enchantments deck for stream. I did that not too long ago. Let's see. This might pull up audio from... No, there we go. Can I mute this before it starts? Oh, that's not the right one. Here we go. This is the last time I played the enchantments deck. Okay, sweet. We get to play Reckoner Bankbuster on turn 2. I don't believe that there's anything I would change from that enchantments list that we ended up with at the end of the day of that stream for now. I think the deck list as it stands in the description of that is playing 2 touch the Spirit Realm main one side. Yeah, I think that's basically where I am with the deck. I was pretty satisfied. The main 2 things that prey on that deck were Jund playing whatever that 7 damage, 4 mana instant that also blows up an enchantment was, and Titan of Industry. Those 2 cards, especially if they were like a Titan of Industry Reanimator deck, were pretty awkward for enchantments to deal with. And then Esper that was main decking like 4 copies of Destroy Evil. Those are the 2 matchups that weren't actively favored for enchantments, whereas the matchup against Grixis was actively favored. Now that both of those decks that preyed on enchantments are gone, I think enchantments is just what I would pick for a high-level event right now. Unleash the Inferno. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Which is better, Bankbuster or Mazemind Tome? So they do 2 different things. They do 2 pretty different things in pretty different ways. A lot of decks would prefer Mazemind Tome over Bankbuster, but many decks would prefer Bankbuster over Mazemind Tome. Also. Generally, Bankbuster is better if you are ever planning to pivot into being an aggressive deck and can crew it reliably. So, like, any control deck that isn't playing a bunch of 3-power creatures automatically would much more prefer Mazemind Tome. If you have a bunch of creatures and you can turn Reckoner Bankbuster into either something that attacks meaningfully, okay, well, I guess we're not getting any testing. Either something that attacks reasonably and pressures your opponent's life total, which Grixis does occasionally pull that role, begins to prefer Bankbuster. Anytime you can like play a 3-drop and start blocking with Bankbuster against aggressive decks, Bankbuster is also very nice. But generally where Mazemind Tome is much, much better is when it gets to start scrying against aggressive decks, or so that you don't have to actually invest the mana in it while still filtering your draws, or if you're looking for a piece of late-game card advantage that early game filters your draws and gains life. Basically, there's a lot of control decks that aren't playing creatures would prefer to play Mazemind Tome because it's better against aggro without any other supporting pieces necessary. Whereas Bankbuster can be better against aggro, or better if you need to be aggro, if the opportunity cost of playing the supporting pieces that crew it is not significant for your deck. Like most decisions in Magic, opportunity cost is the only cost that actually matters, and that's very contextual to formats and power level. My Grixis is very aggressive for a mid-range deck because I took out some of the solar stuff and put in more dudes, so I outpace other Grixis in the mirror. Yeah, that's definitely one of the options you can lean into. I think that's kind of what mono-black or black-red variations of Grixis try to do. Variations on Grixis. Variations on the base 30 cards of Grixis. I am at least much more comfortable playing the controlling end of Grixis, and I tend to think that you beat every other version of Grixis by taking this more controlling approach. Like, not knowing necessarily what your opponent is going to board into does add a certain element of uncertainty to it. So, like, if I board out all of my 1-mana removal spells against a more aggressive version of Grixis, I might wind up being less favored or close to unfavored. But I think once you identify, at least in Game 2, any of the pieces that are like tells that your opponent's trying to go more aggressive, like more 2-drop 3/2s, actual 1-drops, that kind of stuff. I think you have the tools to adapt to that as a slower version of Grixis. What do I want to do here? Playing against Mardu Angels, I want to play Bloodtithe Harvester, and I want to kill the Shaman. Which, I mean, I think that means I need the land. I think I just get rid of one removal spell here. I'm not certain whether there's any reason to hold on to Abrade, but I do think there's a reason to hold on to go for the Throat. Okay, so I guess I could be in trouble here if they play the Artifact Angel. I guess I just Bloodtithe Harvester if they play the Artifact Angel, so I'm not really incentivized to care. Whereas Go for the Throat kills the lifelinking 3/4, which might be important. Spell Pierce I do think is pretty good regardless of whether you're being aggressive or not with Grixis, although I do think that it's slightly better in an aggressive shell. Duress I think is just not good in Grixis, and I would not play it no matter what you're doing in the Mire. You would need to... I do think Duress could be good out of a deck that isn't trying to make a Grixis mana base work, but I do not want to play Duress. I think Duress does not add anything relevant to Grixis in a way that makes Duress better than a different sideboard card, unless you're playing like 15 turn 1 untapped black sources. Once you reach that floor, it's probably fine, but most Grixis decks don't hit that. Can I afford to play Corpse Appraiser here and try to hit a land drop? No, because there's nothing in the graveyard. There's no world in which it could be correct to Bloodtithe Harvester here just so that I can Corpse Appraiser. So I think that means I just play the other Bloodtithe Harvester and pass. Yeah, this attack seems free. Is Mardu favored or unfavored versus Grixis? I don't know. I think this might be a matchup where my negates are worse than Make Disappear, because one of the tools that Mardu has that really helps swing board positions like this is the Kicker Angel that like shocks multiple things. And Essence Scatter is good against that, but Make Disappear is better than Negate. I guess negating, like, Go for the Throats to protect Reflection could be a pretty big deal in this matchup, maybe? I don't know. That I'll need to experiment more with. I think the only justification for running Duress is if you're really concerned that... That's fine, right? I just don't care? I'm pretty sure I just don't care. I think that the justification for running Duress is that you just believe so strongly that Bankbuster is like the end-all be-all of the matchup that you want to be able to answer Bankbuster on turn 1, which is particularly interesting if you are on the draw. But again, I don't think most Grixis decks actually have a mana base capable of casting turn 1 Duress reliably anywhere close to often enough to make that an option I would want to take. Does that need to get Essence Scattered? I don't actually think it does. Especially with the Go for the Throat. I'd still rather just hold Essence Scatter for the Angel that does a bunch of shocking. So let's go with... Copy Bloodtithe Harvester. Kill Bloodtithe Harvester. Kill Reflection, pass? Could kill Steel Seraph instead of Reflection. Yeah, it's probably better to deny them more damage here. It sort of forces me to counter almost any creature they play here. I guess some of the creatures they play here I could go for the throat, the Reflection in response. I don't really care about them getting an extra 1/1. I see a kitty cat who wants to be let out. If my opponent plays Bloodtithe Harvester, would I Essence Scatter that or go for the Throat the Reflection? I'm not sure. Opponent elects to attack with a 1/1. I'm assuming this is because they have a Wandering Emperor? Really? See, because I feel like drawing a card at the Wedding Announcement is worse than getting a 1/1 here, in a position where the 1/1's actually a 2/2. So I'm just, like, pretty excited that my opponent lost a creature on this board state where their creature count was the only thing that felt relevant. Do I want to get rid of Go for the Throat because I really strongly want an untapped land? If I get an untapped land, I can play Corpse Appraiser. And still have Essence Scatter up. That's probably good enough of a reason for me to discard this Go for the Throat. Draw Negate. That's also pretty reasonable. Untap land. Delightful. Because I drew the Negate, I could just elect to Bloodtithe Harvester, clear their board, hold up 2 counter spells if I wanted to. How interesting is that? It's certainly pretty interesting. I do think that maybe I actually prefer that to developing the Corpse Appraiser here. It's sad to not draw as many cards as we're allowed to, but it's probably correct. So we will not be swinging with the Bloodtithe Harvester. I think I win this matchup by resource attrition, and I continue to believe that the only card that I really care about is the Multi-Shock Angel. So I think I can just afford to play this as slow and dirtily. I mean, this feels like a position where both lines probably win, so it's hard to judge which line is less win. Lauren would be pretty annoying. That's not a card that I had considered them main decking, but yeah, alright. I don't want to lose my Reflection, so chalk another one up for better than make disappear. As long as you have the right one. Alright, no land drop. But Corpse Appraiser can hopefully fix that. Let's get rid of Lauren. Perfect. Nothing I would like more than to see multiple lands in a position where what I want is an untapped land. Swing for 3. Maybe I should be sorcery speeding Corpse Appraiser copy here, rather than passing in this position. I probably should have. I don't think there's anything... Well, I guess now if they play the Shock Angel, or AO, okay. Having that information would inform what I grab with Corpse Appraiser. Ooh, alright. Big 6-mana Scary Angel that they decided not to play. Good enough. Let's get rid of that so they can't reanimate it. Let's take a Reckoner Bankbuster. AO resolves. I guess I gave up on 3 damage here, except that I probably wouldn't have actually attacked regardless. Land drop. Bankbuster and Fable? Probably not and Fable. Probably just want to copy Corpse Appraiser, draw with Bankbuster. Hold up Negate. That's probably better. I could choose to kill the AO here, but I don't actually have a removal spell other than Bloodtithe Harvester if they hit a Bloodtithe Harvester, or a Lauren if they have more Laurens. Absolutely not. You cannot have card advantage, opponent. Card advantage is the only thing. So killing the AO at sorcery speed seems like it might actually break up my Corpse Appraiser Reflection combo in a way that I'm not really comfortable with. And my life total is high enough that I'm pretty confident I can afford to take a couple of these hits. Guess we got in the if you can't beat him, join him train. I mean, we definitely figured out what I think is an adequate way to beat Grixis in the form of enchantments, but I wanted to explore if we could make Grixis better by cutting the bad cards. And I think thus far we have felt successful at that. We've certainly won a lot of mirror matches, although some of those are not the most representative, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, I shouldn't have played that land drop, because Evelyn could hit 2 lands. My reflex is to have as much mana as possible before doing anything when I have Reflection in play kind of led me astray there. Wasn't better to copy the Harvester there, so we have 2 removal for AO main phase? Yeah, that might have been better. That very well could have been the case. I kind of just wanted to draw cards while I was allowed to draw cards, but you make a very valid point. That'll probably be what we do this time around. When you say bad cards, does that mean that Sheoldred is considered bad? I think in the Mire, Sheoldred is pretty bad, yeah. Not overall. I think that it still has a lot of matchups where it's relevant, so that's why it's in the sideboard. But I think Invoke Despair is just pretty actively bad. That's the main thing that I think cutting improves the deck in a number of ways. Alright, down to 5. More than fine. Opponent draws a card. I suppose there is actually a little bit of a concern here, which is if I copy the Bloodtithe Harvester and they have a removal spell for the Bloodtithe Harvester, I'm in a lot of trouble. So I kind of think I actually now have to go for the Corpse Appraiser and not the Bloodtithe Harvester line. But I'm also likely to draw enough removal spells off the Evelyn triggers and the Corpse Appraiser that this is just all totally fine. Let's go ahead and draw the Bankbuster, why not? Draw 2 off Evelyn, none of that's relevant yet. Draw off Bankbuster. And if I copy Harvester, they get to remove Harvester in response. I think that I just have to accept the missed windows and just go for the Bloodtithe on AO here, and then use the rest of my tools to deal with the fallout of that, whatever that may be. They can't realistically have removal in the sense that if they had removal, they would have already used it. I agree with, but at this point I feel so in control of any normal combination of cards that I'm only going to play around the opponent's possibilities if they were playing wrong. Which is to say, if they weren't using removal when they should have been. Just because I think that's the only thing that possibly could beat me here. I think we just keep doing Evelyn nonsense. Exile the AO. Ertai seems like a good answer to 6 drops. Do I have some sort of lethal here? Yeah, probably. Yeah, whatever. Why go for lethal when we can draw more cards instead? Now, what did we draw off that Evelyn? We got more Corpse Appraisers. Although I think... No, we are not even close to out of creatures. Perfect. The card drawing can continue. Red of Oblivion's interesting. I would say that it doesn't seem good against most of Grixis' cards, but it does seem like one of your better answers to Reckoner Bankbuster. Although it's not instant speed. I mean, it's relatively free with Wedding Festivity and Blood tokens. And Flashback is a form of card advantage? Oh dear, do I want to do anything about that? Probably. You don't really need the Evelyn, but I do want the Evelyn. I think we just block with the Evelyn here. Set up for as much lethal as we possibly can. I guess if the opponent plays a board wipe, it does 3 damage to everything. But that is not what they do. Okay. Let's see. I believe we already saw the Spell Pierce this game. That's mostly fine. Do I... Let's see. If I copy a Corpse Appraiser and they remove the Corpse Appraiser, then I untap, copy Corpse Appraiser, crew Bankbuster, they block Bankbuster, would not have lethal unless I top decked a removal spell. So I think I'm just supposed to activate Bankbuster, get the 1/1, and then I can't imagine there's anything the opponent could have here that stops me from having lethal. If I just were to crew with Bankbuster and swing with everybody, that seems like pretty lethal. Seems like pretty lethal. We're going to draw some more cards before that, though. Okay, Negate. That seems safe. We could draw more cards here, I suppose. Now that we have the Negate, it was safe to copy the Corpse Appraiser. Oh wait, no, do we have anything to exile? We did. Alright, so I left a little bit of card advantage on the table. Oh, you're right. I always forget Bankbuster makes a treasure. 100% of the time I forget about that. Okay, so against Mardu Angels, I'm pretty sure I need Gix's command. I believe that's just very important against Sanctuary Warden. Oh, this is also probably a matchup where Soul Transfer is really good, huh? Okay, so what if we... Actually, I don't want to cut Spell Pierce against the deck with Fable and Wedding Announcement. Then we'll bring in 2 Soul Transfers, and then... what else am I supposed to cut? I mean, we're definitely supposed to bring in the 2 Gix's commands, but what are the cuts? I don't think this is a Siphon Insight matchup. Bankbuster too slow? Could that ever be the case? Cut a Negate? Nah, I want to cut a Negate on the draw against the deck that's playing Fable and Wedding Announcement. There's just too many important targets for it. Kind of for the same reason that I just don't want to cut the Spell Pierce. Abrade. Yeah, Abrade's not at its best. It's Steel Seraph. It's a random removal spell. Its Bankbuster is probably the most relevant thing that it does. I could probably trim one of it without too much fear. Is this a matchup where we don't want Evelyn? I actually kind of feel like Evelyn's pretty reasonable here. This feels like the kind of matchup that comes down to being grindy fairly often. In that sense, maybe I would prefer Evelyn to Reckoner Bankbuster. Go for the Throat since we're bringing in more removal. Yeah, but Go for the Throat's also another piece of interaction for Fable on turn 2. Maybe it's fine. I don't super love getting more expensive with our spells. I would rather be more efficient in a mid-range mirror that's about value, but maybe for the most part we're planning to kill 5 and 6 drops with our 3 and 5 mana cards that we're bringing in, so it's probably acceptable. Yeah, Sheoldred's hard to kill, but like, it's also not the hardest to kill. This is interesting. Okay. I think that I'm okay if they just say draw go and get a card out of this Bankbuster, but I get to resolve Fable. I think that's okay for me. And if I sorcery speeded this Abrade and they resolved Fable, I think that that would have been significantly worse than the exchange that has happened. So I think I was just supposed to pass there. Cut Ertai a lot against midrange since tempo rarely matters post-board when everything slows down more. I don't really view Ertai as much of a tempo card necessarily as just like a catch-all counterspell. And if I think of Ertai as just being cancel against the deck running 5 and 6 drops, then I begin to like it a lot more. I think that kind of feels like it's the role that the Ertai fills to me. Oh, we got a 2-for-1 out of Fable to counter the opponent's 2-for-1 out of Bankbuster. Do I want to answer Wedding Announcement? Probably. Yeah, if they end up abrading my Bankbuster, I'm pretty sad, but then we're kind of going into this on relatively even footing. And if they don't, that's even better. Does Esper have a shot right now? I talked about how I think Esper can be made pretty reasonable against Grixis if you lean into the role of Esper being a disruptive, aggressive list with, like, Spell Pierces. And I still kind of think that's true, but I haven't gotten around to actually, like, putting pen to paper and figuring out what it would really look like. Please play the Lauren, and not Fable. I would really like to Essence Scatter a Lauren right now. We're fairly loaded up on cheap countermagic, but the opponent's actually pretty heavy on 5 and 6 drop creatures, and most of our countermagic that we have is not actually super good against 5 and 6 drop creatures other than the 2 Essence Scatters, which I have the first Essence Scatter here, which is nice, but having an Ertai to answer when they now play the 6-drop Angel that is mostly indestructible and draws a bunch of cards, that's where having the redundancy in creature-based countermagic is at its most important to me. Kind of wonder if I wanted to not play this Bloodtithe Harvester so that I could draw a card with Bankbuster if I need to Ertai something. And the way they debated last turn makes me kind of think they played the Steel Seraph out to clear the way for a better 6-drop. So in a sense, I think I might have messed up, but probably won't be the end of the world. And am I okay with Lauren? I'm probably okay with the opponent having Lauren. Could Otawara that. I don't think I want to. Think we just accept the cards. Don't think I care enough about a blood token to avoid cycling away lands that I don't want in this position. Fable holding up Ertai's, plenty delightful. Hypothetically should have made this attack before playing the Fable, but I don't actually want them activating the Lauren right now because my counterspell feels better in a low resource game than a high resource game, where we have access to filtration and they don't. So I would rather maximize the value of filtration. Do I care about that? I'm very close to not caring about that. I think it's possible that I'm not supposed to play Ertai here. Ooh, Evelyn's delightful. Alright, let's get rid of land. Draw land. Play Evelyn. See what we can play at sorcery speed. Hey, a Bankbuster. That's delightful. Let's go ahead and play that. Go to combat. Do some swinging. Make a treasure. Play a land. Get to draw cards. Sanctuary Warden, sure. We boarded in 4 answers to that, so we will have to find those. Opponent gets to kill the Evelyn. Alright. This could be about to get kind of sketchy. Would like one of our answers to Warden. Negate's good, even if it's not an answer to Warden. Alright. Combat swings. We get a shield counter off Warden if they block here, which denies them a card and a 1/1, so this trade's just pretty worth it to me. Okay, opponent doesn't have a follow-up thing to take counters off of with Sanctuary Warden. That's great. We don't have anything meaningful to copy with Reflection, although I guess I can actually copy Bankbuster. And that's sort of relevant. So this gets back Archangel. If they have a land that's untapped, so they kill the Reflection. That's pretty bad. Alright, life just got awkward. Oh man, I really want that enchantment suddenly for my soul transfer. Okay. Draw a card. More soul transfers. Anything relevant to get? I have Evelyn. That's actually pretty relevant to get, isn't it? Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of that Sanctuary Warden. Let's go ahead and get back the Evelyn. Play land. And then we pass. Can't copy Ertai because it's a legendary, unfortunately. Which probably was a very good catch by them, because that would be rather busted if you could do that. Okay, nothing out of the opponent. Love to see it. Sorcery Speed and Evelyn. Let's go ahead and Fable then. And we can play a Bankbuster. And we can crew the Bankbuster. And we can get aggressive if we want, or we could hold back and answer to the 1/1. Huh, that's close to interesting. We're very nearly at lethal next turn. I'm going to assume that I want to hold back the 1/1. I guess they're probably unlikely to block with the 1/1 on our 1/1 there because they probably are considering sacking it to the right of whatever this is. Oblivion? I wasn't really concerned by that because I'm probably going to negate that Right of Oblivion regardless. But yeah, that's certainly something that I could have maybe considered. Now we will protect the Evelyn. See where that takes the opponent. If they attack with the Archangel, they go to 12. We have 4, 8, 12. Alright, so if they attack with Archangel, they need some sort of interaction. They they say they have some sort of interaction. We need to go for the throw. Well, that's pretty interesting. Don't think that I'm going to do that. Could try to push through lethal. Again, they're saying they have interaction, so probably don't want to do that. Probably just draw a card instead. See if we hit a vampire off of this. We don't. We play Takenuma. Crew. Combat. Swing with a bunch of people. Put the opponent to low. Wandering Emperor. Sure. Well, they did have the interaction. Evelyn goes away. Do I have any reason to go for the throat now? I don't really believe so.
You are not much of a roadblock.
I can't think of any protection spell that's common that the opponent would play that blows out Go for the Throat if I wait. And if I wait, I force them to put the Wandering Emperor uptick on something, presumably on this Archangel, instead of on something that they play post-combat. Yup.
Strike fast and strike
Okay.
hard.
Nail back with the Archangel. We kill the Archangel. Land isn't the most helpful here. I believe I probably just want to draw cards. More land's also not helpful. So if the opponent has Wandering Emperor, they have to -2 on Bankbuster. Nope, okay. Or they just die. That works too. Well, this deck is mostly working. Alright, I will be right back, and then we will continue. Alrighty. Continuing Adventures of Counterspells.deck. I appreciate that the last couple of times I've streamed Standard, it was like with the specific desire to test concepts and decks against Grixis. And for a lot of those streams, I just kept getting paired up against no Grixis whatsoever. So I'm deeply appreciative of the fact that we are actually playing against Grixis decks this time around. It's a lot of pain lands. Alright, I'm sure it's fine. We'll just play all colorless spells and then there won't be any problems. This is an issue. I do not like getting Thalia on turn 2 when my entire hand is only cards that get blown out by Thalia. Esper Legends, huh? Meaning if I wait on this, they're going to wind up just playing the untapped land that gives hexproof. Is that right? No, they didn't. Sweet. Sheoldred. Okay. That's fine. It's not, but it's close enough to find. Kill Thalia. Take damage, because my mana base is still only pain. Take more damage. Cast more spells that kill. Take more damage. Draw more pain. Oh dear. Here's the plaza. Okay. Set an upkeep stop. Ertai, take more pain. Destroy Sheoldred. Take more damage. Life is a resource. His Corpse Appraiser is basically uncastable. Oh dear. Alright, well... do I want to trade this Bankbuster or the Ertai? I can't really afford to kill the 1/1. I got down to 6, then down to 4. I think I have to trade the Bankbuster, because I could play the Corpse Appraiser to crew it, but I actually just do not have the ability to pay 3 life. Wait a second. Gross. Well, this is pretty awful. Okay, that's also awful. Are you gonna put the counters on the Adeline? They are. Oh dear. Alright. Destroy Ellis. Chump with Ertai. Draw with Bankbuster. That's not helpful. I'm not sure there's an out for this one. Nope. 3 copies of Ellis. Goodness gracious. Alright, well. I suspect that even had I not taken infinity damage... Well, if I hadn't taken infinity damage from my own mana base, I actually would have been able to play the Corpse Appraiser. That probably still wouldn't have saved us from the Adeline, but it would have been a lot closer. Alright. Gix's Command, pretty interesting. Spell Pierce and Negate's not interesting remotely. Path of Peril close to interesting? Sheoldred also pretty close to interesting. Is this a matchup where we want Flame Blessed Bolt? Good against Ellis, good against Thalia. I don't think Path of Peril is likely to be good enough. But Flameless Bolt and Sheoldred are both interesting. So I'm not interested in Soul Transfer. It's kind of too expensive and doesn't do enough for the amount of mana that it is. Against an aggressive deck, I'm more interested in stuff that either has a higher impact with stabilizing the board like Sheoldred or Gix, or is more mana efficient like Flame Blessed Bolt. This is probably a matchup where I would prefer Sheoldred to Ertai. Also probably willing to cut an Abrade for a Sheoldred, I think. This seems... I should probably be cutting Bankbuster. I don't need 4 Bankbusters in this matchup. Alright, we take the play... Huh. Alright, I'm interested in seeing where this goes. I would call this an educational sort of hand. Was hoping to draw an actual spell, but okay. All we have to do is terrify the opponent to the point where they don't play anything. Oh shoot, they played something. Oh. You do not usually see Plaza of Harmony decks playing Wedding Announcement. That's kind of atypical. Interesting. Well, not a bad time to draw Bankbuster. It will be drawn in response to that. Well, Sheoldred's certainly interesting. Is the play Sheoldred hold up Flame Blast Bolt? Or is the play Gix's Command now? I think I want to wait on the Gix's Command. I think we can get slightly more value out of it. If I Gix's Command now, then I would have Reckoner Bankbuster plus Sheoldred activation next turn, which is admittedly a pretty cool curve. But I think it's pretty likely the opponent plays into Gix's Command more here. I guess they could just play AO, and then that's not super good for me, huh? I forgot I can't actually wipe the board. But, it worked out. Maybe. Unless they have Ertai, in which case I just lose. That'd suck. Alright, we'll just go for it here. Hopefully they're just holding up Plaza of Heroes and not holding up Ertai. Spell Pierce, wow, okay. They're going really deep with the mana and playing non-legendary creature cards. Interesting. Alright. Cost 3? Yeah. Alright, so I guess I should have Gix's commanded when I had the opening earlier. Alright. So, what I'm learning is I have a lot of spells I need to play around. So here we're going to go to 4. They block the Sheoldred, they presumably activate Plaza of Harmony, and then I Otawara in response. Unless they have a second Sheoldred, and then life's pretty awkward. Which is, I think, what this means. Okay, that resolves. We Otawara the Sheoldred. There we go. There's a real magic card. Still kind of awkward if they find an untapped land, but at least it could be worse. There's the untapped land. Hey, there's them playing a card before the Sheoldred. Perfect. Presumably that's them wanting to attack with a 2/2, which, sure. Deal. Sheoldred, sure. Not drawing with the Reckoner Bankbuster in response, just in case they have Spell Pierce. There's a pretty strong argument that I'm actually best off discarding the Shipwreck Marsh and holding on to the Xander's Lounge in case I need to cycle it. Which looks like it turns out to be what we would prefer to have happen here, yes. Let's get rid of opponent Sheoldred. Let's grab a Corpse Appraiser. I no longer believe I will be likely to cycle this, so let's go ahead and play it. The opponent attacks with the Ellis. I probably just block with the Corpse Appraiser, given that I've got the duplicate. They choose not to. Alright, I think we have stabilized. Maybe. Draw with Bankbuster. Could go for the Throat the Ellis here. Don't really want to into Plaza of Harmony. Fable comes down. Perfect. More Corpse Appraising. Gonna go for my Corpse Appraiser here, because if the opponent has Takenuma, I really don't want them fizzling this Corpse Appraiser and getting back Sheoldred at the same time. That would be kind of worst case scenario for me. I think we can just take Reckoner Bankbuster. Well, I could actually Evelyn. I don't think they have a lot of removal spells. I do kind of want to play Bloodtithe Harvester this turn, though. And I can't do that and play Evelyn safely, can I? No. Alright, we'll take Bankbuster then. Yeah, we make this a land drop so that we have enough untapped lands to not have to use any treasures, I think. Not really concerned about having lands discard to blood tokens. We'll probably find them at some point. Am I willing to swing with this Corpse Appraiser into a Wandering Emperor? Oh, they had the Takenuma. Oh, I'm glad I played around that. I think Evelyn has been... not amazing here, certainly, but I don't think Invoke Despair would have been any better. And I definitely think having a worse mana base would have been significantly worse. I still don't know if I actually want to attack with this Corpse Appraiser. I guess now I do want to attack with the Corpse Appraiser, since the opponent's no longer representing Plaza. Okay, yes. I'm going to assume that means they have another LS in hand, if they were just that hyper willing to chuck it out. Oh. Wow, okay. Opponent completely gave up being an aggressive deck. I'm really glad I have this Evelyn. I don't want to get rid of any of these cards. Let us Evelyn see what that draws. Draws a Gix, okay. Not currently the most best. Don't have a lot of life to play with, but... certainly could be worse. Opponent activates Plaza, we go down to 2. Oh, I wonder... that's probably a mess-up, because it keeps the hexproof until end of turn when I activate the Gix, huh? Alright, so we make this land drop. So what I should have done is activated Gix, and then if we hit a removal spell, cast the Go for the Throat in response to that. It just was all around better no matter what. Opponent's library. Well, that'll do. Alright, Ertai destroys Sheoldred. Oh, wrong order. Should have done it in the other order. Now I die to Sheoldred. Yeah. Oh. I knew the right way to do that, I just did the wrong one on accident. Whoops. Well, that's a good learning moment. I thought I was casting one, resolving it, and then casting the other. But no, I was casting both at the same time, so the first one I put on the stack resolved second. Almost got there by stealing the opponent's stuff. I will say that certainly made Evelyn look much, much better than Invoke Despair. Ooh, take a look at a deck list. Absolutely. Do you have a version of it that I can import into Arena? Do-do-do-do-do. Export, MTG Arena. I gotta go find a deck to delete. Copy, import. Yeah, the fact that I had to put Ertai on the stack there is the reason that I ended up missing the point of life, was missing that was what was happening. If it worked the way I think, or if it worked the way that I was thinking that it did, then yes, it would have been better to Ertai at end of turn. Although, actually, maybe not. Because if I do it at the end of turn, they get to draw another copy of the legendary hexproof land, and I would just lose to that. As opposed to them drawing another copy of Sheoldred and losing to that. And I think, given they only found one of the 4 copies of the legendary land, that's what I would be better suited to play around in that position. Though, overall, my position is just quite a bit better if I have one more point of life. Either way. Alright, let's see. We are doing green-black graveyard stuff with Deathbonnet Sprout, Herboard Repossession, Undead Butler, Blanchwood Prowler, Shigeki, Teachings, Lurgoyf, Stickfingers, Gravelighter, Soul Tender, Skyfisher Spider, Overwhelming Remorse, Junji, Consuming Blob. So as far as payoffs for filling your graveyard go, you get Deathbonnet Sprout, Consuming Blob, Overwhelming Remorse, and Stickfingers. I guess technically Lurgoyf too. Well, maybe Lurgoyf's good enough. What other payoffs are there for having a lot of stuff in your graveyard? Because my initial reaction looking at this is that if Lurgoyf isn't good enough to be worth playing 4 of in this deck, that's a pretty scary implication about the deck as a whole. Because I feel like this card being like a 5/6 for 2 mana ought to be what underscores this entire archetype, and if that's not good enough, then I don't think there's enough justification for being in the archetype. I feel like Eerie Soul Tender and Gravelighter just like don't do enough for 3 mana to be constructed playable, probably. I feel like there ought to be other payoffs for graveyard shenanigans, but I don't remember what they were. Isn't there like some kind of green-black reanimate that has like cost reduction? Ghoul Colors. No, not this. Do I just not have that card? Oh, Blob is different card types? Yeah, so that's not going to do very much. We have like 2 card types. 3, sort of. Yeah. So we can't have Blob be the top end. Could hypothetically make Writhing Necromass work, but I don't think that a 5/5, even for 1 mana with Death Touch, would be enough reward. Does Blob being like just 2 3/4s for 5 mana actually beat aggro, or does just having a 5-drop that makes 2 creatures beat aggro? Because I feel like there's probably a pretty strong justification that most random cards that make 2 creatures for that amount of mana would probably do the same thing. Cemetery Desecrator. I do like Cemetery Desecrator, but I don't think it really synergizes with this deck in any specific way, right? It just... because it doesn't use the graveyard. It's just sort of a 2-for-1 that might be a 3-for-1 for 6 mana. Did it rotate out? I could have sworn there was a green-black reanimate spell that had flashback. That, like, cost less for each creature that died that turn. And then flashback. Weren't all flashback cards from Innistrad? Am I going crazy? Diagraph Rebirth? Isn't that green-black? Okay, it is here. Oh, that's weird. Why did all the other flashback spells show up? Oh, it's because this doesn't have the word in anywhere in its text. Huh. Okay. The trouble is, Diagraph Rebirth would need you to actually play more top-end to Rebirth. I didn't realize this doesn't reanimate from your opponent's deck. And not a lot of the cards in this shell actually are worth reanimating. But flashback spells synergize nicely with all the self-mill. Don't necessarily synergize with Lurgoy for Stick Fingers, because it means that there are cards in your deck that aren't creatures. Yeah. Herborg Repossession's more or less a divination that gains 2 life, which might be fine. Yeah, Toxrill or Titan would be interesting with Diagraph Rebirth. The main problem I would have with going that direction is that nothing else in the deck works out for playing them fairly or discards them if drawn from a hand. So, like, then you're including cards in your deck that are just really, really bad if you draw them, and that's not a good place to be. We tried Taxidermist. Well, Taxidermist's probably... Is it Taxa? Taxi. Taxidermist's probably reasonable if we wanted to actually play expensive spells, which is... Yeah, we could then try to take it that route. As it stands, without the expensive spells, this deck actually doesn't have a ton of use for extra mana, weirdly. Cityscape Leveler's not, like, the favorite card to reanimate, since reanimating it doesn't get the cast trigger or the immediate attack trigger. And I don't think this deck is ever reliably going to do anything for 8 mana before the game is over. I guess essentially the issue as I see it is that there's a lot of dedication going on here to enable an engine, but I'm not actually sure how to take advantage of this engine. Like, sure, we're reliably putting a ton of creatures in the yard. How do we convert that into advantage? Long Night. What does that do? This one only gets a benefit from your opponent's graveyard, not yours, unfortunately. So, yeah, there's the green-black lion that that returns cards to your hand, but that doesn't actually benefit from stocking our graveyard. that just is a 3-mana 2/1 that draws a card, and stalking our graveyard makes it a little more selective, but the stat line on that is just kind of weak enough that it's not necessarily, like, good. You're not gaining any tempo advantage from doing it. And I don't know that I would say this deck is well situated enough for the late game to leverage trying to do an attrition-y card selection thing. So essentially, we get really good removal once we hit a certain stage of the game. And we get a couple of very large ground-based creatures. There's some reanimation effects that... Urborg Repossession is functionally divination that doesn't draw lands, which is reasonable for going towards late game. But, like, nothing about this plan necessarily strongly out late games Grixis' card advantage late game, or enchantments snowbally late game. Skyfisher Spider being able to answer non-creature permanents is kind of nice, but that's on a 4-drop. Yeah, so if your opponent isn't doing anything and you kind of just get to keep Blob around for a long time, like if multiple turns of the opponent doing nothing would mean that Blob basically drawing 1 card a turn ends up being a strong engine, but that still kind of leaves you vulnerable to flyers or an opponent who's just putting stuff on the board as fast as you are. Does this ever get bigger than a 3/4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it could be a 4/5 some of the time. Oh, 5/6. If we have land, remorse, and repossession in the graveyard. Yeah, I don't know that a 5/6 is like wicked appealing though. Or rather, like, consuming Blob is sort of a late game, and I don't think that it's like a terrible late game. It just seems to me like a lot of decks are capable of going over this. Gix's Puppeteer is not a card that I hate, but is not where I would want to be here with no 3-drops. Or, well, I mean, Lurgoyf is sort of a 3-drop in this deck, and Stickfingers is sort of a 3-drop in this deck, but Stickfingers is not a card you would want to reanimate with Puppeteer. We don't have a lot of tools to draw 2 cards. Actually, I think we have 0. So we're never triggering it. So I don't think it's what this deck wants. Cemetery Tampering would almost be cool, except then we'd also need to include a large number of things to hit with Cemetery Tampering. Titania. I mean, Titania's... Oh, actual Titania? Oh, not Titania's Command. Maybe? Play Argoth and Titania. Wouldn't necessarily help with the old Stickfingers game plan. Or the Lurgoyf. But is a solid blocker. And gives us access to a card that sort of goes over the top in the late game. Still just kind of dies to 1 removal spell, which ain't stellar. but maybe that's reasonable-ish. That also gets a lot of lands out of the graveyard. Every land that you've milled, which potentially gives you a lot more mana to work with on future turns. That might actually be what I would kind of want to try to go for. That seems like maybe it has potential. I mean, Argoth just doesn't seem like an embarrassing card in this deck anyway. We have a pretty reliable way to get back Titania over and over with Undead Butler and Urborg Repossession. Probably play like 3 copies of Argoth. It's not legendary, so you can get back other copies of Argoth with Titania when you trigger. So if they kill the Titania, then you can still just replay the other Titania. I don't know if that's great, but the fact that it also starts gaining life is interesting. Is Sloggart really a 3-drop? Wow, it is. Okay. I don't know if the blue is worth splashing to me, but that's definitely interesting. Yeah, alright. I think something like this is probably where I might start. Get a little more grindy power with Shigeki. Actually, Shigeki and Titania have an interesting combo, especially with the Urborg Repossession, in the sense that even if they answer Titania, if you meld Titania once and get the ETB that returns all the land cards from your graveyard to play, and that like ramps you by 5, assuming they didn't just, like kill Titania in response to the trigger, which could definitely happen, but if that didn't happen, having that extra mana then feeds into Shigeki as a late game tool pretty well. Like, Shigeki does take over games with looping with Urborg Repossession once you start looking at like 10, 12, 14 mana. Do we want Field of Ruins? Yeah, maybe. There's not a lot of targets in Standard right now that Field of Ruin really interrupts. Like, most decks tend to play enough basics. It does mean we get more lands in the graveyard for Titania, but I don't think... I guess, like, you gain 2 life when you Field of Ruin with Titania in play? Maybe that's interesting? Does Eccentric Farmer make more sense than Prowler? What does the card Eccentric Farmer do? I think this costing 3 mana is probably enough of a downside that I wouldn't want to play it over Prowler. Probably, although it's kind of close. Yeah, it does grab stuff that was already in the yard, which, like, potentially interesting if we go Teachings or Butler on 2. Especially if we wind up milling Argoth. In constructed formats, my default is pretty strongly weighted towards playing cheaper spells. Like, even Prowler might not actually be good enough to justify playing in the deck. My instinct is that I'm probably closer to wanting to cut Prowler and find something that has more impact than play a card that debatably has the same impact but costs more mana. Retrieve socks. He took off not too long ago to go get food. Or at least I presume to go beg for food. I think we let him out probably 10 minutes ago. That's true. Repossession can get Argoth, which is neat. I like that one of the problems with Shigeki can be that it's not great at getting back anything that's legendary, but Urborg does actually kind of fix that problem when you're looping it, which grabs Titania. It actually makes me wonder, should I try to build a green-black version of a Shigeki deck that plays 4 copies of Mightstone and Meekstone? That might go on the list. I actually had a pretty impressive amount of success with trying to build big mana decks with Mightstone and Weakstone and Shigeki. The main problem was that Shigeki not getting back Mightstone and Weakstone kind of sucked, and Urza just didn't synergize with either half of those cards. I was trying to do a Bant thing, and it was medium. But Urborg Repossession might actually be a lot more interesting if we can figure out some ways in Green-Black X to synergize both with Urborg Repossession and using the mana from Mightstone and Weakstone. That's on the bucket list for later. But I think that would probably be where I would start with as far as a direction that seems like it might have some potential to reward you for all the graveyard filling that you're doing. Could be interesting, at least. Would Fauna Shaman play a role in this deck? I tend to think Fauna Shaman is not impactful enough if it's not tutoring up some busted combo. Because otherwise it takes a lot of mana and a lot of time investment. And also playing out a creature that doesn't, like, block meaningfully. So, like, it's not terrible if it finds you Shigeki or grabs a Titania, but, like, you're then still not doing anything with those cards on curve, which is kind of meh, I think, regrettably. I played Fauna Shaman in a weird teamer combo deck with Cradle Clear Cutter, and it was fine, and I think that like went out of its way to be way better at using Fauna Shaman than I would expect most decks to be, because it was a combo deck that also cared about putting cards in the graveyard, but yeah. I suspect there's probably not a lot of room for Fauna Shaman outside of Reanimator Shells, ultimately. But there might actually be space in, like, a Jund list with Cruelty of Gix and Titan Ministry, maybe? No black mana, but we do get to attempt to play Fable on 3 and hope the opponent doesn't have interaction. So we're going to roll with it. Probably should have played Otawara turn 1 rather than Shivan Reef. On the off chance we drew... I guess I don't have to play the Swamp, so we'll still play the Otawara. But if I had drawn like a mountain, certainly would have preferred it. Do not think I'm willing to jam Fable into the open counter magic and then my opponent resolves Fable. We will be doing nothing instead. Opponent has Fable. That means we are very ahead as we get to counter the Fable and then play a Fable. Everybody loves resolving Fable. Which I presume is why the opponent tried to resolve Fable. Why no Swamp Harvester on turn 2? Then Shock? Yeah, I could have. Do I think that was correct? Yeah. It might have been correct. I don't have a strong reason to imply that it wasn't. I guess I should Corpse Appraiser here because there's a pretty strong chance that if I don't Corpse Appraiser here, my opponent Corpse Appraisers, now that I've set up discarding a creature. I think I want a Corpse Appraiser in a way that leaves me open to hitting a Go for the Throat. We don't. We have Voltage Surge. Don't really want a Voltage Surge. Could attack and Voltage Surge the Flesh Gorger. Think I would rather just make land drops. Could sacrifice the 2/2 to play Fable. Don't strongly want to do that. Don't think I want to do that. I'm not really willing to double block and get blown out by a removal spell. If the opponent has Invoked Despair, that's fine. If they have Go for the Throat, that's not the end of the world. Presumably this means Corpse Appraiser. Sure. That's mostly fine with me. Could take this opportunity to develop Evelyn, who blocks well. If they have another Go for the Throat, playing the Evelyn here is pretty sad. Alternative to the Evelyn is Fable, and then play out Bloodtithe Harvester. Probably am going to do that. Doesn't leave us with a lot of triggers for Evelyn, but we're going to Mire where the opponent's vampires are also vampires, so that's probably fine. They're pretty taxed on having answers to Reflection already. Evelyn's definitely pretty meh, but Invoke Despair is also meh, and Evelyn is a lot less painful to your mana base. That's the big game. We're mostly operating under the assumption that Invoke Despair is not worth playing and you need something to replace it. Okay, so this is just Blade Coil Serpent, which is fine with me. My board state is a lot better than Blade Coil Serpent. Opponent has no good attacks. Chooses to attack anyway. Ooh, that's very busted. Alright, decline. Play Corpse Appraiser, see what we find. Let's get rid of Corpse Appraiser. Let's grab Negate, that's excellent. End of turn, let's copy Corpse Appraiser for the blocking. This goes to hand, so we could cycle the Xander's Lounge. I think we actually just take the untap land. As if needs be, I can discard it to a blood token, but also odds are I can spend my mana somewhat efficiently here. Opponent gets to Corpse Appraiser. That is hypothetically one reason to have waited on the reflection thing, but I think playing around 2 removal spells was probably a strong enough reason to have done that at sorcery speed. Boink. Opponent has no instants, so we're kind of just going to continue sitting here with reflection synergies, is what I'm hearing. Alright. This looks to me like a perfect time to do nonsense with floating reflection copies. And pass. If you're confused why I'm doing this, the end goal is for the cost of 2 mana. I now, at their end of turn, can reflection copy reflection in a way that if they have a removal spell to interrupt that, they're not actually killing one of my original reflections. Doop. Alright. Opponent still doesn't really have any good attacks. We put these on the stack. I set a stop, but I'm going to hold full control because I'm just scared of this regardless. Do we have any responses, opponent? No. Okay. And we just keep doing this. The final copy, I believe we are going to throw at Corpse Appraiser rather than on another reflection. Yeah, the Quench Sucks mantra is basically believing that we probably don't want to be playing Make Disappear very much. I'll take a go for the throat. No creatures over there. Do I have creatures? No, but the opponent could have creatures. Let's start by Voltage Surging a Blade Coil Serpent. Oh, okay, we're done. The easiest way to not get people saying dumb stuff in chat is typically to completely ignore the people who are only looking for attention. Ugh. That does a lot. They are looking to get fed, and if you don't feed them, they tend to leave. Let's see. So this is basically the same Grixis Mire we've been playing all day, and I'm still pretty sure all I want to do is cut Voltage Surges to play Siphon Insight. Oh, there's no such thing as dumb bad faith interaction. I am basically the poster child of dumb bad faith interaction. What with that being most of what I do. I'm really hoping we draw some lands that don't cost life, but I definitely can't say no to this on the draw. Having an answer to turn 3 Fable is sort of just too good to not accept. And they didn't even have the Bankbuster. Hey Chris, I'm glad Twitch recommended you on my list. Enjoyed this CGB podcast you were on months ago. Happy holidays. Hey! I am happy to hear that you had fun with that podcast. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you find the stream fun too. Alright, so we got to do the last game's thing where we countered their Fable and then played a Fable, and now we get to do the thing where we counter a Fable and play a Fable again. So, once again, I feel ahead. Yeah, see, Unlicensed Hearse is mostly just kind of a card that I don't know I believe is actually worth playing in the Mire. You've already got Abrades to answer it. I think I just get rid of the untap land, or get rid of the tap land and look for more untap lands instead. Perfect. Alright. So opponent, you want to trade? You probably want to trade. Yeah. Okay. Trade accomplished. I can blow that up later. I don't need to blow it up now. Fable is a pretty good Magic card, yes. Like, both of these games have been the opponent just making the mistake of playing a Fable. And I say mistake because I was in their exact position in Game 1 and just chose to pass doing absolutely nothing rather than play that Fable. And I think it speaks to how bad it is to tap out and open yourself up to getting your Fable countered and then resolving a Fable. That, like, both games have been basically decided by that early sequencing interaction rather than anything else. Alright. We will get rid of the Hearse, because I do kind of want to be able to use a Corpse Appraiser if we happen to draw one. Also, I have these Siphon Insights that reward me for removing the Unlicensed Hearse, I suppose. They get rid of their creature to deny me a Corpse Appraiser on my turn. That's actually interesting. Probably correct, even. I don't know if I would have thought of that. Ooh, yes, I would love to be able to play Blade Coil Serpent. That is actually a pretty good Magic card in the Mire. Well, there's the Corpse Appraiser. We can't use. Kudos, opponent. Successfully done. Not really going to jam Blade Coil Serpent into potential counter magic here. Much happier to just sit around and do Siphon Insight, negate things. Trading off this Negate for Go for the Throat basically just means Negate winds up killing Bloodtithe Harvester. I don't think I care enough about the Bloodtithe Harvester that I'm willing to lose access to Negate. Duress, huh? I do think that I'm willing to lose access to Negate. I mean, the alternative is negating it, and then I just don't have enough mana to Siphon Insight twice, and I would much rather Siphon Insight twice. Alright, Siphon Insight once. What do we see? Invoke Despair, Flesh Gorger. Well, Invoke Despair does get a counterspell out of him at least. And I guess let's pay 2 life to cast another Siphon Insight. Because I kind of want a land drop. No, just to go for the throat and another Invoke Despair. I don't really like either of these. I guess I could take Over the Throat and just Corpse Appraiser. There's no creatures in the graveyard still, huh? Yuck. I mean, I guess I can just spend the rest of the game playing Invoke Despairs. Hoping my opponent doesn't have infinity counterspells. Really would have preferred to have found an untapped land so that this... Oh, hey, cool, that actually resolved. Radical. Alright, well, I guess we're just gonna win then. Untapped land would have meant that if they had Make Disappear, they would have had to sack their 3-2. So I was still getting a 1-for-1 out of it. Or, well, a 2-for-1, actually. But instead... let's go ahead and play this for 6. No, x = 0. I've never seen the interface on this. Wait, is this a may? You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color. As though? Oh, how does this even work? This is going to be weird. Pay with blue, black, black, black. Is just the automatic way it suggests without asking me? I mean, okay, that is actually how I wanted to cast this. Why did we pay life, auto-tapper? What? That's not how that... It should let us cheat for the effect. I don't know if Arena lets us cheat for the effect, though. Maybe I just have to manually tap? Because it says you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color, which should mean that I'm allowed to spend colorless mana as if it were black mana, right? Does not let you cheat for the effect? Doesn't the wording on this make you think it would allow you to cheat for the effect? You may spend versus what did you spend? I don't know. That's very weird. Alright, play the untapped land. Oh, they don't have any cards in hand, so they can't make disappear me anyway. Oh. Mana actually spent for the card's text is what you actually spent? Yeah, but didn't I I'm very uncertain on that. Or at the very least, I know of like no analog to that I can use to reference what actually spent meant. Spending red mana to cast a black spell doesn't mean you've spent black mana. But if I spent mana as black mana... Is that different? Huh. MTG Gatherer, Blade Coil, Serpent. Are there any other effects that care about what color of mana you spent on it? Cool. Gatherer has literally 0 notes on Blade Coil Serpent. That's wild. Sunburst? Okay. What's an example of Sunburst? Is that, was Engineered Explosive Sunburst? Yes. MTG spending mana as though it were another color Sunburst. Mycosynth Lattice with Sunburst. When Azorius Herald enters the battlefield, sacrificing less blue is spent to cast it. Blah, 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 blah. No, it does not work. Mycosynth Lattice lets you spend mana as though it were mana of any color, but the spell cares about what type of mana was actually used to cast it. Rule 609.4. Some effects state that a player may do something as though some condition were true, or a creature can do something as though some condition were true. This applies only to the stated effects for the purposes of that effect. Treat the game exactly as if the stated condition were true. For all other purposes, treat the game normally. That's still kind of ambiguous. You may use a different color of mana than the color required for spells and ability that require a specific color. If you do, and the spell or ability checks for the actual color of the mana, it can tell the difference. That also doesn't mean anything. How would Mycosynth Lattice work with converged spells? Would use mana as though it were mana of any color satisfy each color of mana spent? Not very well. While you can spend colorless mana as though through the lattice as though it were any color, it's still colorless mana as far as the converge is concerned. Okay. So at least with converged spells, we have one official policy stating that that is how it works. I still have not seen a ruling that actually says this is why it works one way. If an effect allows a player to spend mana as though it were mana of any type or color, this affects only how the player may pay a cost. It doesn't change that cost, and it doesn't change what mana was actually spent to pay that cost. Okay, so in that case, that's not ambiguous. It says you may change the cost, but a trigger that is affected by how you paid that cost does not care. Got it. Okay, yeah. That is explicit enough that that actually means that that is the way that it works. That's what I was looking for. Well found. Love little nuances like that. Because apparently sometimes they're actually important in games of real Magic, as we just discovered. So if anything, it should say all mana costs are replaced with X or something similar rather than you may spend mana as if. That's functionally different because there's spells that care about whether costs are X costs or not. Like, I believe there's mana dorks that tap for like 3 but only let you pay for the X cost portion of a spell. We will take the play, we will keep the hand with good mana on the play, and spells that are relevant. What happened that you missed? We made interesting discoveries about the interaction between Siphon Insight and Blade Coil Serpent. Which is namely that it does not work as well as you would hope it to. Unfortunately. Alright. Because the opponent was incapable of holding up 2 mana on the draw, we will happily jam Fable. If the opponent responds with Fable, then we mostly just win. Let's see. Let's get rid of all these tap lands that we do not need. So that I may play Go for the Throat and hold up Negate with no need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Use a treasure. Reckoner Bankbuster discarded to hand size? Or, well, discarded to Fable? That sounds sketchy, opponent. Reckoner Bankbuster's a pretty good Magic card. I feel like I'm doing that thing where I just get a bunch of treasures and therefore the opponent's make disappears in their deck are kind of useless. We Abrade the 2/2 rather than the Reflection. They are really desperate to stop me from getting mana. Huh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna play more Fables then. Second removal spell for Reflection. Okay. I will accept my 2-for-1. And resolve my second 2-for-1. We have no creatures in any graveyards yet. Wandering Mind. Alright, we can put that in the graveyard. If I'm willing to go for the throat, Wandering Mind rather than Reflection. Am I? That's certainly pretty tempting. Yeah, the article that's talking about how Magic is the world's most complicated game is a pretty sketchy definition of complicated. Because it just implies that any game that's Turing complete is equally infinitely complex. So it's not even saying it's the most complicated, it's just saying that it's tied for the most complicated with a bunch of other things. I do think I actually just want to put the Wandering Mind in the graveyard here. Yeah, sure. My 2/2's gone. Corpse Appraisers. Do I want to discard anything? No, not really. Would like to Corpse Appraiser, get rid of Wandering Mind, find a 1-drop removal spell. Thank you, deck. Always nice working with you. And now we get to hold up Negate. Bloodtithe Harvester. They did this in the wrong order. They should have... resolving Reckoner Bankbuster is more important than resolving Bloodtithe Harvester, so you should do it in the other order if you want to play around Make Disappear. Not that I have Make Disappears in my deck, so that's not really relevant. Alright, opponent. Trade with Corpse Appraiser because you don't want me having Corpse Appraiser reflection loops? No, they figured it out. Oh, darn. Okay, well, we'll hold on to Shivan Reef in case we draw Bloodtithe Harvester. So I'm really hoping they don't have a Corpse Appraiser here. That would actually complicate our life dramatically. Reckoner Bankbuster. That's very good, but it is at least not Corpse Appraiser. So we get to Corpse Appraiser, remove the creature they just put in the yard. Oh, I think I'd much rather have Reckoner Bankbuster than an Essence Scatter in this position. Our board state's better. They get to draw a card, but we're going to get to hold up Ertai plus Bankbuster activation next turn, and that sounds pretty appealing. My understanding of Turing Complete was just that it meant anything that can functionally replicate more or less the infrastructure that the binary infrastructure that a computer is based on, with all of the associated Boolean logic that underscores that. Is it more complicated than that? I guess, yeah, that's an interesting point. You could build non-binary computing machines. Presumably. Alright, Reckoner Bankbuster has been crewed. What's going on over here while I stopped paying attention? Oh, cute, Obnixilis. Do I want to allow that to happen? They do get to make a creature, which I don't really want. I think I'm just countering both of those. They do get to draw a card, but they also lost their Bankbuster, and I have 3 lethal threats that they need to answer 2 of. Which Corpse Appraiser might have done. Oh, no, they resolved it and then conceded when they realized there were no creatures in the graveyard is what happened, isn't it? Fair enough. I gotta imagine that Obnixilis comes out against me, right? It's like not actually a good card. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I guess it doesn't die to Abrade or go for the throat. Maybe that's the logic. You just like turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester, turn 3 Obnixilis, and that's like sort of good? Maybe? Kind of unclear. No, I mean, that probably is actually good in the Mire. I'm willing to buy that. I think that it's mostly good on the play and not on the draw, but I'll buy that it's good on the play. In that case, is that actually enough reason to cut Bloodtithe Harvesters on the draw for Duress? It is probably not a reason to do that. It is, however, possibly a reason that I will consider doing that for educational purposes. Okay. I'm not willing to mulligan a hand that can play Negate on turn 2. Ooh, I can even Duress on turn 1? Wow. I mean, specifically, I don't think this is actually good, but it's nice that it's working precisely this time. It also kind of makes the Wandering Mind make slightly more sense. Let's get rid of Go for the Throat. I would prefer to get rid of the thing that is more easily castable. Okay, small lack of lands. Opponent might also lack lands? No, does not also lack lands. Okay. Well, this could be about to get very awkward. Opponent also finds Bankbuster. Untap land? No. Alright, this is pretty bad. No? Okay. I do not expect we get to recover from this position. Did they just discard the best card in their hand? Okay, they had 2 Reckoner Bankbusters. I still think that's wrong, but it makes slightly more sense at least. Alright, we're gonna discard Negate. I can't actually go for the Throat anything here, and I can't discard a creature because I want to stop them from playing Corpse Appraiser. Kinda have to draw here so that we can attempt to make a land drop. I have an Abrade. That's sort of a problem. That's not a land drop. It's also not a land drop. Okay. Well, we're gonna concede. We don't really get to win that one. I'm not really interested in Duress on the play. I'm much more interested in Bloodtithe Harvester on the play. What's keeping green from being competitive? Not a lot. Not a lot. The only thing stopping it from being competitive is the lack of, like, incentive to play it over other tools. But, I mean, the green-white enchantments deck is still very good. Okay. Turn 2 Reckoner Bankbuster on the play is perhaps solid enough that I'd be willing to keep a 7 that was just 6 lands and Reckoner Bankbuster. Now we hope to dodge Abrade. Successfully dodged Abrade. If the opponent had gone untap land pass, I probably would be willing to just pass and Reckoner Bankbuster as it is. If I Fable, that's pretty bad against Spell Pierce exactly. I don't think I'm going to get Spell Pierce exactly. Okay, if the opponent Fables here, that's fine. Enchantment deck will probably struggle with white decks. There's not a lot of white decks in the metagame, really. Like, there's the mono-white mid-range deck, but Enchantments is just very good against that deck, because it's very slow. The Enchantments deck does kind of struggle against decks that play Farewell, but that's why you have the weird sideboard into blue counterspells post-board plan. I think we should just kill the Ob Nixilis here. So this is where Ob Nixilis looks pretty deeply embarrassing.
Don't think you're some big
You do not have the 2-drop creature on 2. I would not like my opponent to resolve that Fable of the Mirror Breaker as I win the game. Alright, draw a card with Bankbuster. Okay. Make a treasure. No creatures in any yards. No. Alright. Missed the land drop, but given that we're pumping out treasures, that's probably fine. Opponent kills Kiki. Sure. Opponent plays Bankbuster. Sure. Don't have a direct answer to that. Oh, another Fable. That sounds delightful. See if we can draw a land. We cannot. That's probably still fine. Make a treasure. Hit. Play Fable. Still have a bunch of treasures left over. We're not making land drops, but we are stockpiling good cards, which is probably at least somewhat close to it. We may not have been able to win while making 3 land drops. We may not have been able to win while missing our 3rd land drop, but we can win while missing our 5th land drop, if needs be. Do I want to discard anything? No, I think I'm good. Let's go land, go for the throat, Corpse Appraiser, swings. Concede, yes. Treasures are a lot like land drops, yeah, especially if you never actually even need to use them. Alright, well, we are 100 for 100, I believe, on winning Grixis Mirrors, if I'm not mistaken. We have literally... No, we dropped 1 game against Grixis out of 5 matches. Although one of those was a disconnect, and that was also the one where we lost the match. Or we lost the 1 game. But, yeah, I'm feeling like not playing Invoke Despair makes Grixis Mirrors better. Although, in the interest of... how to phrase this? I'm struggling with this. I am torn by a conflicting desire to say that I am not good at Magic, and a desire to say I do think pilot skill probably complicates a lot of the data that we are getting here. In that we played against a lot of opponents who made what I would consider kind of fundamental control mirror mistakes that I think gave me edges in mirror matches where the card selection was not necessarily the determining factor. Yeah. The opponent's not entirely understanding Grixis Mirrors, I do think might be, maybe, definitely part of this. Am I willing to lose that? Yeah, I think so. Love Arena, but that seems to come up on Arena more than MTGO. I don't entirely agree. Arena is weird because you get a lot of variety on who's practicing on the ladder depending on whether an event is upcoming or not. Like, right now, Standard isn't going to be part of an upcoming event anytime soon, so there's not a ton of people practicing it intensely. But if I were to jump over to Alchemy, assuming that there's an Alchemy event upcoming, the quality on Arena will be much better than the average quality on MTGO when, like, there's a similar effect. When a similar effect is in place on MTGO. MTGO tends to have more consistently good players. Arena tends to have higher spikes in player quality. You know, no. I don't even think I agree with that. If you just join a league on MTGO, even when there's an upcoming event, it's still pretty not great. Or should I play that land? Maybe. I have played games against players in the MTGO leagues, competitive leagues, that were a good bit worse than anything that I have played against on Mythic on Arena, no matter how low in the percents I was. We have not drawn any of the cards that are helpful in the Mire, unfortunately. Meanwhile, my opponent has drawn a lot of the ones that are helpful in the Mire. Oh, I absolutely should have activated this, discarding the Spell Pierce in response to Fable. That was quite poor of me. I'm starting to get sloppy. There we go. That's a real magic card. Alright. Now there's a hope. Alright, lots of fixing for the opponent. Discards 0 cards, that's a bad sign. Corpse Appraisers, also a pretty bad sign. We've gotten rid of both Voltage Surges already, so there is no ability whatsoever for us to play a 1-mana spell here. Did I crack that blood token by reflex? When did I do that? That was wrong. Whoops. Okay. Evelyn's definitely a shot. So we're gonna have to kill this reflection, because I can't give them the reflection combo. Would I rather do damage to them or attempt to block damage? There's currently nothing in the graveyard, which is an incentive to block, maybe? Siphon Insight's good card advantage. Alright, Bankbuster gone. Do we have any creatures in any yards? No. Okay. That's concerning. Means all they have to do is kill my Bloodtithe Harvester to turn on Corpse Appraiser copy? Yep. I wonder if I should... No, there's no world in which it's correct to kill my Bloodtithe Harvester and then play Corpse Appraiser. All I get is an Anticipate out of that, and they can still just kill my Corpse Appraiser anyway. Alright. Make disappear, please. At least if they counter the Evelyn, I can... No, I can't, because they left up reflection. This is bad. Everything's bad. I need my opponent to not have anything. I don't have an alternative. I needed that to be an instant speed removal spell so badly. Okay. What do we do here? I pass, cycle Xander's Lounge in response to reflection, hit an instant speed removal spell, and remove Corpse Appraiser. Or draw land. Okay. It's not good. Still very unimpressed with Wandering Mind. Has not felt like a card I feel deserves to be in lists. Okay, well. That is not tools that allow me to do anything. We will now endeavor to draw more copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker than 0. Bring in the Siphon Insights, ship it. Did I only have one blood token that game? I knew that I had cycled the first blood token earlier. I thought that I had played 2 Bloodtithe Harvesters, but maybe I'm just going crazy. Do I think Fable should possibly be banned? I don't know. I think bans should... I have come to the point in my life where I believe bans should be dictated by what makes formats more interesting rather than what makes formats more competitively balanced, because competitively balanced is, by and large, an equilibrium that just gets shaken up by competitive play. Like, I don't think Grixis is anywhere near dominant or good enough to be worth banning. I don't even think Grixis is the best deck in the format in all likelihood. I think that there's just very little incentive to shake up the format because there's no competitive events upcoming that people would, you know, be rewarded for spending the time to break the format for. This hand is amazing. 6-0 against Grixis so far. What do you think makes the most impact for the Mire? Having a reliable mana base and access to cards that let you interact with Reckoner Bankbuster and Fable while on the draw, and that allow you to play those 2 cards when your opponent fails to hold up interaction for them while on the play. So a good mana base that allows that, and then cards like Siphon Insight that allow you to have the ability to spend your mana productively when you hold up interaction for the opponent and they decide to do nothing. What I would like now is to draw Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That would be what really punishes the opponent for this, but the end result is that we get to have this little draw go mirror, and where I was on the play and got to play a threat, they were on the draw, got to play an answer. I had an opening to do something and didn't, but, I mean, I still get to do something very powerful here in the form of Siphon Insight anyway. I don't actually want to take Siphon Insight because that would put it in their graveyard, so I guess I take Wandering Mind, even though it's a worse card. It's kind of a weird setup. Howdy, Psy84. Welcome aboard. Making sure they don't have a target for Appraiser on 3 is huge too. Kind of. Appraiser on 3 isn't like the scariest thing they could do, but there are times where managing Appraiser targets in the graveyard is pretty relevant. Oh yeah, give me that Bankbuster. That's good stuff. Oh, more Bankbusters. That's also good stuff. Weirdly enough, I do think that it is actually more mana efficient to play the Wandering Mind here than the Bankbuster. Oh yeah, give me the negates. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Was I bluffing a counterspell for Fable just now? Do you mean, is that why I didn't play anything and just passed and then cast my spell at the end of turn? Bluffing a counterspell for Fable was one of the things that did. But it also just gave me access to more information. Like whether I needed to go for the Throat Something or Essence Scatter, or what card to select with Siphon Insight. In that position, there wasn't really an opportunity cost to waiting around, so it was kind of just better to do so. Opponent's missing land drops here, which is a good sign. Reckoner Bankbuster. Do I want to allow that? I don't have an answer for it, other than negate. I kind of think that I would actually rather draw with Bankbuster here to increase my odds of hitting a land drop than use up my only negate on that. I think having Bankbuster number 2 in hand plus negate rewards me more for allowing Bankbusters. Yeah, I like where this is going. Alright, we play Bankbuster. If the opponent wants to interact with that, now they have to make the choice to not do anything with Bankbuster. And we just get to sit here drawing more cards than the opponent. Once again, we're in a position where Blade Coil Serpent will be kind of annoying, but Like, after the 4-for-1, it just ends up being a 5-4, and like, I have the resources to beat a 4-for-1 right now. There is a Corpse Appraiser and a Wandering Mind in the yard. Does that mean that I jam Corpse Appraiser? Still leaves me with 4 mana. Nah. We'll do that later. Siphon Insight X2, sure. That's good. It's worth noting that we know that their other Siphon Insight is on the bottom of their deck, which is a convenient spot for that card to be. Earlier turns, you're developing Bankbuster instead of Corpse Appraisering their graveyard. Yeah, it's mostly just that Bankbuster's better at drawing and allows me to hold up more mana on their turn to be more flexible with what I'm doing. Presumably they take the Negate here. We're fine with that. There are exile counterspells in Standard. For the most part, they're not really good enough to use. Draw, make a treasure. Draw. Negate the Fable. I think Fable's impactful enough that that just warrants using a Negate on. Kind of burying them in card advantage, so all I need to do is deny them the tools to recoup any kind of card advantage. Let's see. Draw with Fable at sorcery, or draw with Bankbuster at sorcery speed, so we get to do 1 more damage with the pilot. And play Fable is tapping out 5 mana, still leaves me 4 mana. Is that enough? It's probably enough. I think that justifies getting in 1 more point of damage. Ooh, Siphon Insight is delicious. Alright, so they can activate Reckoner Bankbuster here if they want to trade with a 1-1. That would be mostly fine with me. Play Fable. Once again in a spot where Evelyn doesn't really feel super necessary. I do wonder, maybe we're just supposed to turn Evelyn into Siphon Insights instead of Evelyn's? And just, like, not play 5-drops? It's definitely worse against aggro, but, like, what aggro? Reckoner Bankbuster. Okay, sure. Maybe I'm supposed to Siphon Insight in response to that? Probably not. Sheoldred. I guess that's marginally better than a land. Is there another 5-drop you could switch Evelyn out for? Not really. Let's see. Discard Xander's Lounge. Discard Go for the Throat? No, I'll probably discard the Marsh. Yep, rewarded. Deluge. I don't think you're ever likely to get the mana necessary to flashback Deluge, at which point I think I like Siphon Insight slightly better than Deluge. Does Soaring make sense in this deck? I don't think Soaring offers anything you're very interested in the Mire. A 2-3 lifelinker is pretty poorly statted. It's a 4-drop that you actually have to resolve at sorcery speed. I'm going to assume that I'm probably not supposed to attack with my 2-2. Well, I mean, they take 8 damage if I attack with the 2-2 and they block it. That's probably fine. Yeah, Planeswalkers, I guess, can be kind of hard to deal with once resolved, provided that your opponent has no board state, or at least equal board state to you. But also then you're, like, trying to resolve 4 drops at sorcery speed, and that's not the most enticing, really. I mean, I don't think that they're bad, it doesn't sound better than Siphon Insight, I guess. I may be a victim of instant speeditis, but instant speed's pretty good. Played a land drop already. Alright, Passy the turn. I don't think Spectral Adversary does very much, and Brotherhood's End isn't really very good in this deck because both modes are pretty good against you, and it's kind of hard to play around making any particular mode good against Grixis while not being equally good against you. What's the reasoning for Surge and Bolt over Cutdown? They are better. They kill more things. The only reason that most decks play Cutdown is because while trying to play Invoke Despair, they warp their mana around access to black. I believe once you have not done that, Voltage Surge being able to kill stuff like Adeline is way better than Cutdown. And let's do this now. Flame Blessed Bolt being able to exile is also better than Cutdown. Basically, the only thing Cutdown... we'll take Invoke Despair, sure. The only thing that Cutdown kills that those other cards don't is Refine, and Voltage Surge is still sort of interesting against Refine. And various 2/3s, and by and large, this deck is very well positioned to not care at all about 2/3s because it's a deck of 3/2s and 3/3s. We'll kill the 2/2 that makes treasures, because I'm not interested in my opponent having access to more mana. There are a lot of 3-drops from Soldiers, true. Soldiers isn't really on my radar as a deck that's incredibly worth playing around. Mostly because it kind of just isn't good against Grixis with all the cheap removal. But I feel if you did have more incentive to play around Soldiers, that would be a consideration for sure. Do I use the unrevealed go for the throat, not revealed? They are all revealed. Or rather, this one over here isn't revealed, I guess. If you never have to worry about that on Arena. If you have revealed copies and unrevealed copies of a card, unless they are different arts and therefore different cards in the game's programming, it'll always use the one, or it'll always end up hiding one regardless of which of the ones you select. Boop. Get rid of Fable, draw some cards. Opponent crews a blocker, sure. We draw a card. It's a lot of go for the throats. I could trade off this Bankbuster, but it's actually currently one of the better things to copy with Reflection. So I think I just chill, to be honest. And don't swing into the Bankbuster. Play Soldiers in best of 1 in the field. Great. Are they good in best of 3 where people can just bring in a ton of removal? Aggro decks tend to be worse in best of 3. Yeah. For that reason. Oh. Could Otawara the Reflection. Probably shouldn't bother. Honestly, there's a chance I end up Otawara-ing the Bankbuster. Well, let's go ahead and Corpse Appraiser. I'm hoping there's a creature in the graveyard. I'm pretty sure there is. Yeah. Go for the Throat the Evelyn. Sad. Otawara the Evelyn in response? That's close to tempting. Yeah, you know what? I got enough mana. I think that that's reasonable-ish. exile Sheoldred. Let's take a Bankbuster. Let's play a land. Let us crew the Bankbuster and swing for 10. If the opponent wants to chump block with Wandering Mind on the 4/4, I'm okay with it. If they want to trade with a 1/1, I'm okay with it. I would use Go for the Throat to get the damage through, except the damage doesn't actually make a difference right now, and weirdly enough, I do care about the amount of mana I have available, even though I have like 12 mana, 14 mana. Opponent Bankbusters. We will Abrade that. I have no interest in allowing them to have a 1/1 later on. We have plenty of answers to Sheoldred. Opponent has another Bankbuster, sure. Draw a card. Evelyn, okay. Bloodtithe Harvester gets to crew stuff. That's fun. Play an Evelyn. Invoke Despair. That sounds fun. Let's try casting that and see what happens. Oh. Wasn't fast enough. Alright, so the plan of just outvalue the opponent turned out to be slightly successful. And now, once again, on the draw, we're left with this question of, do we Duress? I still really don't think that that's, like, correct. I mean, Bloodtithe Harvester on the draw isn't good. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe turn 2 Duress on the draw, in the absence of anything else, is better than turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester. Evelyn did seem okay in that one, although Evelyn was mostly contributing to an already won game, and it's difficult to evaluate how useful a card is in the context of... Well, Duress is a lot better than Bloodtithe Harvester here. I think I will actually just turn 1 Duress rather than turn 2, on the off chance my opponent has a... Hey, cool, nothing I care about. A, Bankbuster. They Duress, take Fable. Rough. Can't really afford to cycle Xander's Lounge in a position where I lack 4 red mana. Cool. Bankbuster's good. Hope they didn't draw a counterspell. They didn't. Okay. Oh, please don't hit my Spell Pierce. Oh, okay. Now don't have Abrade. No, my Abrade. Oh, alright. We're getting 2 for 1 to pawn. This is a bad sign. I might not be able to beat them just jamming Invoke Despair here. They did not, though, thankfully. I still probably can't beat them just jamming Invoke Despair. This has not been an ideal setup. My opponent drew more good cards than me. I hate when that happens. Alright, Fable is at least something. Hopefully that doesn't get negated. Alright, not negated. It's not really a good start, but it's at least something. Evelyn. Alright, we're gonna have to go for the throat that, unfortunately, because I can't risk them finding a Spell Pierce off of it. Sheoldred and Siphon Insight. Now that's interesting, because this doesn't care about whose counters those are. Meaning, if I find another Evelyn, I can get access to those cards they just exiled. Also, Evelyn in the graveyard is good for me. I'd probably rather have an Abrade for when the opponent next finds Bankbuster. I'm gonna be pretty upset if they jam Corpse Appraiser and get to eat my Corpse Appraiser, but then I get to go for the throat their Corpse Appraiser so I can Corpse Appraiser their Corpse Appraiser. Alright, Duress takes out Abrade, presumably. No, it takes go for the throat. That seems just deeply wrong. I can't imagine that's correct. Do I even care about the 2/2 at this point? I don't actually think that I do. Like, they have infinity mana. That's not my concern anymore. I would rather save Go for the Throat and Abrade for more flipped Fable copies. Okay, well, that's awkward. I'll take the land that can cycle, though. How much do I care about them getting 1 treasure versus me doing 3 damage? I don't think I care about them getting treasure. I actually kind of like the idea of this attack sort of forces them to use the March rather than discard it. This is fine. They're at a point where that treasure is just irrelevant to me anyway. Yep. And playing around second Fable is exactly what I wanted to do by holding on to my removal. So now we hold back, we begin throwing the removal spells at Fable, and we hope to top deck card advantage before they do. That's pretty annoying. Yeah, I think I still just have to take this 4 damage. Well, I have an Essence Scatter, I guess. So leaving them with a Reflection might not be the end of the world. No, I don't think I'm supposed to leave them with a Reflection. Alright, opponent, you get attacks. Okay, well, negate's something. I wish we weren't dying on board, but a negate's definitely something. At this point, do I have to Abrade the 2/2 just to buy 1 turn before I die? Yeah, maybe. Absolutely not. No Bankbusters for opponent. Draw a real spell? No? Okay. Okay. Well, hold on to that. 3-turn clock. Okay, Bankbuster is a real magic card. We're gonna hope the opponent has not found Negate off the top. Do I have 1 mana cards in my deck? I have Spell Pierce and Duress. Spell Pierce is pretty much irrelevant. Duress is almost entirely irrelevant, unless that's a Make Disappear. If it's a Make Disappear, I'd rather just hold on to my mana. We're going down to 2. Leaves us dead to invoke. It's a lot of bangers, opponent. Well, I don't think we're getting there. Nope. We tried. Womp womp. So we finally lost a Mire. What occurred in that game to make us lose? Game 1 was basically just we didn't draw any cards that mattered in the Mire. Game 3, we actually had a very good hand. We Duressed. They top-decked Duress to answer our Fable. We Bankbustered. So what really happened, more than anything else, is they got a big 2-for-1 off Siphon Insight. And I spent a lot more mana to not get a 2-for-1 out of both of my good cards. Well, Reckoner Bankbuster into Fable, and they siphoned into answers for both of those. That speaks pretty strongly of Siphon Insight. Makes me ever so slightly more interested in just cutting the Evelyns for more main deck copies of Siphon Insight. Yeah, the opponent resolving Fables is very good, but it's not so much a question about how did we fall behind by answering Fables, and more a question to me of how did we fail to resolve Fables and also fail to deny them resolving Fables. Because those are the key points of either interaction or failure to interaction that, like, snowballed into everything that followed. Generally, I think you want to try to identify root causes. On the draw, alright. This isn't good. It's not terrible. Well, certainly this is a lot of cheap interaction. It's a very painful mana base. Alright, well, at least we can play these Fables on turn 3. That's something. At least I can do absolutely nothing on turn 3. That's something. I mean, I'm not going to complain. We're hitting land drops. That's a lot more than I could have asked for. Alright, now we're not hitting land drops anymore. Opponent has Fable, plus make disappear mana. Yup. Alright, well, let's go ahead and go for the Throat that, because every other card is marginally... Well, you know what? No, I don't need the second Voltage Surge. Probably not, anyway. There's not a lot of targets that go for the Throat hits, but it does hit... that's very bad. It does at least hit 3 3s. Missing land drops is not my favorite. Okay, more Fables. That's bad. We have successfully failed to stop the opponent from resolving Fables. Land drop? Nope. Okay. Well, Bloodtithe Harvester is at least a card we can spend while still holding up something. That's a good sign that they didn't remove it and immediately play Corpse Appraiser. Okay. Sheoldred possibly was a reason to have kept around Go for the Throat, I guess. Alright, what you gonna do about Abrade, opponent? Nothing? Okay. Land drop. Okay. That wasn't as timely as we might have wished, but could also be significantly worse. Alright, you want to make disappear sacking Sheoldred, opponent? No? Okay. could try to 2-for-1 myself into Sheoldred and then get blown out by a counterspell, so we're going to not do that. How many toys to work with does the opponent have? Invoke Despair is gonna be kind of brutal at this point. So we're mostly just gonna hope they don't have that. Let them attack, set up a double block. End of turn, fire off a removal spell, get 2.5 for 1 if they have removal spell plus counter spell. That's probably fine-ish. Alright, well, there's Invoke Despair. So we lose our 2-2, we lose Fable, we lose 2, opponent draws a card. Not perfect. Untapped blue source, really? Oh, opponent. Opponent, you're so rude. Alright, I'll take it. Sack Bloodtithe Harvester targeting Sheoldred. Abrade targeting Sheoldred. Oh, opponent's got way too much mana and too many cards. And I have neither of those things. Yeah, Corpse Appraiser is pretty brutal. Alright, that means I gotta zap Reflection. Our hand did wind up pretty non-functional, but a significant portion of that was that we were unable to make our 5th land drop while the opponent was representing Make Disappear the entire game. The amount of removal spells that we had was not particularly bad this game if we had been able to play Fable. And it was specifically the lack of 5th land that prevented us from doing that. I do not mind this Corpse Appraiser getting Make Disappeared in this position. It's fairly reasonable. I do mind the fact that my mana base now sucks. I can Corpse Appraiser and die to a removal spell. But that sounds bad, so I guess I have to Fable so that I won't just die to a removal spell. I do just die to Invoke Despair. Is there any benefit to blocking? Keeps me alive through a Sheoldred. I don't get to beat Sheoldred anyway, so no, we'll go to 1. Okay, Invoke Despair was lethal no matter what. Yeah, too many pain lands, not enough any lands. I think we could have had the tools to be much more in that game if I had drawn even one more pain land earlier than that. But I think being stuck on 4 lands is, like, extremely terrible in this matchup. Yeah, so you could play more counter spells instead of removal spells, I guess. The Abrades are always relevant because they represent killing Bankbusters. My brain kept thinking of, like, Bloodtithe instead of Bank. The power word kills are mostly not stellar in the Mire, other than if they kill Sheoldred, who is pretty relevant game 1, less relevant games 2 and 3. Alright, this hand's relatively excellent. The only problem is if the opponent leaves 2 mana up on turn 2, then I have to just pass holding up Bankbuster, which is pretty good, but I have no response to a Fable if my opponent just decides to jam it, which might not be the wrong thing to do into Bankbuster. I guess I then get to respond by just drawing a card with Bankbuster and slamming my own Fable on 4, which... Alright, all told, that's not awful. It is pretty bad if they end up having a removal spell. Okay, opponent has nothing. That works for me! Siphon Insight. That's a good card. It's not quite as good as getting to resolve Bankbuster, but it's a lot easier to resolve when you're on the draw. Abrade! Well, that's delightful. Alright, well, let's just play the Bankbuster, force them to interact rather than playing the Siphon Insight. They don't. Just play the Siphon Insight. Delightful. I feel like in this position, rather than prioritizing getting a creature out of Bankbuster as soon as possible, I'm supposed to prioritize playing around Abrade by separating where I have my counters. Hey look, immediately rewarded for that decision. Whee! Alright, land drops continuing to be made. Do I just jam Fable here? I feel like I probably just jam Fable here. I'm expecting it to get countered, but that means they're not playing Siphon Insight. And I think I'm supposed to leverage the fact that I have more cards than them by just forcing them to do stuff. Bloodtithe Harvester, sure. I could jam Fable again here. I think I'd rather hold up Ertai. We'll see. If the opponent winds up having Siphon Insight, I will be regretting that choice. But I feel like the fact that they played Bloodtithe Harvester sort of implies to me that they don't have Siphon Insight in hand. Specifically because, like, if you had Siphon Insight, you'd probably be more willing to hold up enough mana to go Siphon Insight plus Counterspell. Whereas 3 mana off Bloodtithe Harvester isn't enough to do that. Alright, get to draw cards, draw some lands. Am I willing to go for the throw at the Bloodtithe Harvester? Yeah, probably. It's definitely a lot of lands. Alright, so it's time now to play Fable. I got a bad feeling that's just going to get negated. Ooh, now they have the Abrade? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any tools with which I could ever play around Negate. Oh, no Negate. Sweet. That bodes extremely well. They could definitely go land, invoke Despair, make disappear. But now they can't. Ertai getting around Duress is pretty cute. Which means I'm going to get to loot away 2 lands. That's a pretty good deal. Still don't know what that unknown card from them is. 2 lands gone. 2 cards drawn. Lots of looting. I think I just don't even play any of this land and just plan to cycle both of them. I got more than enough mana. Duress, sure. Presumably takes Abrade. Unless they have Sheoldred in hand, in which case they take Go Over the Throat, but I'm not particularly scared of Sheoldred in this position. Take Over the Throat. Okay. I invoke Despair. Yeah, don't want that to resolve, so... Cycle first in case we hit Spell Pierce? No. Counter target spell. More Duresses? Sure. Alright, what unknown spell has they? Cycle this in case we hit a Bankbuster. Don't need a land. That could be concerning. This is now at the point in the game in which problems could occur. Especially if they have exactly the 6-drop that... Well, 8-drop, fair enough. That draws them 2 cards while being a 5/4. That's fairly inconvenient. Bankbuster is extremely good, however. Alright, what do we got? Land, huh? Okay. I hate the fact that they might draw a Abrade here. We can probably still wait to do this. Even if I get blown out by a Abrade on my Bankbuster, it's probably fine. No, I shouldn't have done that. I got enough life that I don't care. I want them to swing with Blade Coil into Reckoner Bankbuster. Don't love that. Okay, Crew Bankbuster. Copy Bankbuster. Reflection down. Now they can't swing with Blade Coil because we have a 4/4 on blocking duty. I forgot to set that stop. Alright, well, maybe we didn't need that extra card anyway. That one's very good. That at least is very helpful. Alright. Land drop, Fable, hold up Spell Pierce. Well, hold up Spell Pierce on their turn. Hope they don't have another removal spell for Evelyn, I guess. Not that Spell Pierce is terribly relevant here. Okay, Spell Pierce back up. Not really relevant, but could be useful eventually. Kind of regret not having the free extra card. Corpse Appraiser, sure. Would like to kill that Sheoldred sooner rather than later. Opponent can't invoke Despair this turn because of our delightful friend Spell Pierce. Takes something that was better than 2 lands, which means that it could be literally any card in their deck. Draw a card, lose 2 life. Draw a land, not the most helpful. Draw a land, not the most helpful. What do I have in my graveyard? No creatures. That's awkward. I guess I actually want to lose the Ertai. Negate. Okay, don't hate that. Cool. When I copy Ertai with Reflection, Ertai is legendary, unfortunately. Do I want to do that now? No. Don't believe that I want to do that now. I'd actually like my opponent to attempt to play Corpse Appraiser and then I blow it out with Takenuma. Chris, didn't you specifically tweet that you didn't want to run into Grixis Snake? No, I tweeted the opposite. I tweeted that I thought Grixis Snake might be a problem, or that specifically the card Snake might be a problem for this counterspell game plan. That is not the same thing as saying that I didn't want to run into it. That's the same thing as saying that I really want to run into it to test out whether that assumption is correct or not. Which is the core difference between what you're hoping for while playing on the ladder for fun and playing in a tournament for stakes. Alright. Takenuma. As tempting as it is to get the Bloodtithe Harvester here to trigger Evelyn, it's probably more important to answer this Sheoldred. Because I'm kind of winning this in the long term at the moment. Just need to avoid dying in the short term. That's a lot of negates. Okay. I do actually have to race that Wandering Mind. Which I think means I serve with the Bankbuster. They probably just wind up trading with the Serpent. They don't. Okay, interesting. I think they probably should have. Bankbuster's currently the most relevant thing for me to copy with Reflection. So I feel like getting it off the board would be relevant. Unless they're planning to just kill Reflection. Oh, another Sheoldred, huh? Yeah, it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks a lot, actually. Then again, how close am I to just, like, cleaning the board up? Three damage to everything. I don't really want that to resolve. I could Spell Pierce it, though. I don't think taxing them 2 is likely to do anything here. And the Spell Pierce might accidentally randomly do something useful later on. Second Brotherhood's in. Okay, well, I'll negate that too then. Okay, that should be good enough. Worth noting, quite a bit better than Make Disappears in that spot. Would not have been a good time to have had 2 copies of Make Disappear. I guess maybe actually it would have been good enough. Sack the 1/1 to the first Make Disappear. Sack a 2/2 to the second Make Disappear. It would have tapped 4 for the first, so I would have had lethal. I mean, it was better to have negates at the very least. Once again on the draw, what does that mean? I'm still not certain. I mean, if I'm not certain whether Duress is better than Bloodtithe Harvester on the draw, then I ought to at least keep making the change for educational value. I'm not going to learn anything by having 4 Bloodtithe Harvesters. Okay. This is a hand that gets to hold up turn 1 Spell Pierce to answer a Bankbuster, and that's, like, pretty good. Okay. That's a turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester, which is not a card I care about. Now, we still get to hold up the Spell Pierce to answer a Fable, and we get to go for the Throat the Bloodtithe Harvester if there is no Fable. Wandering Mind. Okay. I mean, like, hypothetically, the value of Wandering Mind is that it's something you can jam on 3 that doesn't get countered, but, like, again, if I just have Fable here, then the fact that they tapped out for Wandering Mind is kind of terrible. Okay. Well, I found no 2-for-1s that I can resolve while my opponent's tapped out, so that's pretty bad. They get to take my Spell Pierce here and then resolve Fable. Go for the Throat, go bye-bye. Okay, so they're just going to try to aggro me out. Well, it's currently working. There's a lack of anything else to do. Which I think means that I'm supposed to prioritize keeping my life total higher. Corpse Appraiser's pretty terrible. Any creatures in the yard, still one more, so if I top deck Corpse Appraiser, we get back to parity. Alright. Fable's definitely something. They can sack Wandering Mind to make disappear. Which should give us at least a 2-for-1. Alright. I think I have to let that happen. No blocks. More damage. Fable's pretty bad for me. I'm behind by a lot of metrics right now. Okay, Siphon Insight's a start. Sort of. I think my life total is desperate enough that I just have to block their 2-2 with my 2-2, and I'm probably going to Ertai, blow up Wandering Mind, trade with Corpse Appraiser. Which is, like, approximately about as miserable as it ever gets. So I'm at 2 cards to my opponent's 7. Time to see where we can get with that. There's a bunch of lands. Let's go for the Throat. It's at least an answer to Sheoldred. Opponent has Negate. We also have Negate. It's a start. Not yet dead to Invoke Despair, just pretty close. This is a bad sign of being a worm. So we have to chump block with Kiki. That's pretty useless, unfortunately. Round 2 with Reflection in play. Do we have anything we can draw? Would have been Evelyn, would have been the only thing we could have drawn. So lessons from that. The matchup still seems to come down very strongly to who gets more of the draw 2 cards. Although I remain very unimpressed with Wandering Mind. Like, the opponent played Wandering Mind in that spot, and in doing so, kind of just lost the game if I had had Fable. I guess if you board in a ton of Duresses, your hope is that you can play a Wandering Mind on turn 3 more safely. That feels like a bad plan on the whole of things. Ideas that theoretically can kind of trade for both as a Fable. Yeah, but you're doing so at a mana cost that isn't really acceptable. Like, the problem with trading for both halves of Fable is that, like, it doesn't, right? Because it trades with the 2/2, but they get a treasure, and that's a huge deal. And then it finds a removal spell that you have to spend mana on to kill Fable. So, like, it's like a 5 or 6 mana effectively answer to Fable. Not a 3 mana answer to Fable. And, like, the sorcery speed restriction is just brutal. Yeah, no, that sounds pretty bad to me. I don't think I'm a fan. How does Serpent look? Serpent looks fine. I think Serpent is good against this version that isn't running Make Disappears, and I think Serpent is fine on average. I don't think that, like, I have no desire to put Serpent in my deck as a way to beat the Grixis mirrors, because I don't think that it's actually super good against other Grixis decks that have, like, 4 Make Disappears and multiple negates post-board. I would definitely prefer more copies of Siphon Insight over basically anything else, and I'm kind of at the point where I think that I just want more copies of Siphon Insight over Evelyn if the mirror is going to be the only thing we play. At which point, like, the deck just starts to look like this, and then post-board, board in 2 more Siphon Insights for the voltage surges out, keep doing the Duress thing, maybe. I still don't know if that's actually good. Like, maybe that's just worse than Make Disappear? Kind of a rock, paper, scissors where Make Disappear, Serpent, this version, Make Disappear? No, I mean, like, I think doing this version is just generally better on the whole of everything to doing Serpent. But I understand why Serpent would be slightly appealing against this deck, but, like, even if I was playing the mirror match, I would rather be playing the mirror match with 1 more copy of Siphon Insight than with Serpent. So, if you wanted to play Serpent once you had played 4 copies of Siphon Insight, maybe that's fine? I guess? Siphon main feels so rough against aggro. Yeah, but there's not a lot of aggro decks that are, like, actually particularly popular, and the ones that are popular aren't necessarily even super good against Grixis. And, like, 2 copies of Siphon Insight isn't the end of the world against aggro, right? This is pretty good. pretty tough to find tools that break the card advantage paradigm when so much of the deck functions well at instant speed. I think there might be an argument for saying that Spell Pierce sort of fits that, and maybe like playing 2 copies of Spell Pierce post-board and leaning into orienting the mana base around Spell Pierce on early turns is the best option. It's actually pretty cute that I get to play this Bloodtithe Harvester on 3 without a downside because of Spell Pierce here. Why is New Teferi not the Mirror Breaker with just making tokens every turn? Because resolving 5 drops at sorcery speed is hard. Which is why most of what I'm doing to try to beat the Mirror involves either cheap spells, yuck, or threats with flash. Esper. Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna... Esper control with Siphon Insight main. That's interesting. I would like to draw an untapped land so that I can play Fable. Thank you. Alright, let's swing with Bloodtithe Harvester and see what the opponent does. Bonk. Alright, opponent. How do we fight Fable? The answer is presumably farewell, but we have a negate for that. I guess there's Lauren. If Lauren is the plan, I do just get to play another Fable. Ooh, no land drop. Oh, I can't imagine that's a good sign. I'm going to make the assumption that Siphon Insight means my opponent doesn't have a lot of creatures and that I should discard Go for the Throat. We'll see how much I regret that decision. I think I just play Bankbuster rather than another Fable here. If they negate me, I don't think I would do anything. I would just let the negate happen and hold up my negate for Wandering Emperor, mostly just because of how low their life total is. It's pretty hard for them to do anything here that isn't activating Siphon Insight after they missed a land drop. Like, I'm not even entirely certain that killing my 2/2 was correct. Maybe they just have to hope they make the land drop naturally. Maybe that's their only route to victory. I don't entirely disagree with that. Sometimes you just have to take the Hail Mary lines, if nothing else is good enough. Alright, well, drawing Corpse Appraiser means that I am definitely swinging with the Harvester, because I would like the ability to target cards in graveyards. And to exile Dennick. And to get more negates, probably? Yeah, I think I'd rather have more negates. Considering all I'm really scared of is 2 removal spells on Reflection. I can mostly just win through card advantage at this point otherwise. Okay. Or the opponent just can't have any removal spells at all, and then things are easy. Let's see. Voltage Surge out. -1 Essence Scatter. -2 Essence Scatters? Just play 2 Duress, 2 Siphon Insights. I might not even need this many Go for the Throats, to be entirely honest. Do I have any replacements? I don't know what Esper Siphon Insight control actually plays. Could play Grixis Command or Sheoldred, I guess. Seems fine. One soul in case of AO. Yeah, I mean, AO's moderately annoying, but AO's a lot less annoying out of a deck that isn't pressuring you. And I don't know that I get the impression that this deck is trying to pressure us. Besides, even then, I'm still not sure that that's actually... yeah, we'll do this. I'm not sure the Go for the Throat is actually worse against AO than Soul. Like, yeah, it lets AO get a trigger, but instant speed and less mana is a big difference, regardless. Well, we've drawn multiple Siphon Insights, which seems pretty strong. Have I tried to explore Legal Bad Idea yet? No, I have not. Alright, land drops. We take those. And then we Duress. And take Make Disappear. Okay, so the opponent is actually boarding into an aggressive deck. Wow, with Plaza of Heroes. Okay. Color me legitimately actually very surprised. Oh, we do get to make the opponent play around and make disappear. Love it. Alright, so we're bringing back in the Essence Scatters in that case. Wandering Emperor. This actually is a problem.
Guards, to me.
It's definitely better, though. So don't have a clean answer to them just playing Refine this turn and starting to put counters on a Vigilance creature. Which will probably be an issue. No Refine this turn. Interesting. No uptick on the 2/2 either. I wonder if I was supposed to play Wandering Emperor. I kind of automatically assumed they were going to uptick Wandering Emperor. Maybe I was supposed to play Wandering Emperor and trade with the 2/2 there? In all likelihood, it just gets hit by the Go for the Throat, though. Yeah, this is a position where I really wish that I had more copies of Go for the Throat in my hand.
I'm home. We must protect the people.
Well, Abrade's interesting at least.
Keep watch for intruders.
Could try to do Siphon Insight things. I assume that's worse than just developing Fable. I'm expecting that I get hit by Sheoldred here. Oh, I should have attacked the Wandering Emperor with the 2/2 before playing Fable. Then if they blocked with Refine, I could have abraded Refine. That was better. In all likelihood, I just end up trading with a 2/2, though. Okay, Wandering Emperor on one creature. Attack with everything. Refine at Wandering Emperor. Put the counters on the other 2/2. Everything at Wandering Emperor. Oh, I don't think there's any... Oh, I could have cut down, I guess. It's a reason to swing with everything. Do I want to let my opponent loot 2 here? Yeah, probably. I guess I get in a lot of trouble if they find Go for the Throat plus untapped land off of this. In order to have that, they'll have to discard one of the cards I know about, which would have to be the AO. But they're probably just going to choose to resolve the AO instead. No, they do discard unknown card plus AO. Alright, well, I'm still sort of forced to make this block regardless. Okay, so they don't have Go for the Throat.
Try not to miss me.
That's major. They have the land, though. What? What's their last card that was better than AO, but required them to keep a land? So just make disappear? Anything that I want to get rid of here? Nothing pressing. Kind of really want to draw a removal spell for Sheoldred, though. So I kind of think that I just pitch 2 of these and desperately dig for Go for the Throat. Very rewarded for that decision. Alright, so presumably the opponent kept some kind of counter spell to protect the Sheoldred, which we have a negate for. Sacking the Refinement, huh? I think I can live with that. I think I played Bloodtithe Harvester here. They uptick on Sheoldred. I probably end up chump blocking Sheoldred. The Plaza of Heroes is going to be annoying. But I can kind of fight through that with chump blocking and Fable tokens. Down tick. Okay.
Protect the people.
Do I take the double block and trade for the Plaza of Heroes? I don't think I can afford to do that yet. Jump block it'll have to be. Okay, Corpse Appraiser's not bad. It chump blocks Sheoldred relatively well. Do think I actually take a land over Fable here. Getting to Siphon Insight on the end of their turn would be nice. We have Negate to protect Reflection. My life's kind of awkward if they uptick Wandering Emperor on the 3/3, I guess.
Remember remember your training.
No, I guess it's not that awkward. If they attack with Sheoldred, I just double block Sheoldred here. Take the 3. Specifically because I have the Bloodtithe Harvester in hand. They have to tap low for Plaza of Heroes. So we're going to go down to 4. Siphon Insight. Hope they don't have a removal spell for Reflection. I guess, yeah, I actually kind of didn't think about what would happen if they had a removal spell for Reflection. I guess the answer was if they had a removal spell for Reflection, I just find Destroy Evil. Probably should have Destroy Evil done in my upkeep, come to think of it. I was still deciding whether I wanted to play Bloodtithe Harvester or Destroy Evil first. Make Disappear is a little scary. I guess I would rather Destroy Evil the Sheoldred so that I can Bloodtithe Harvester the 3/3, which makes this a 2-life loss mistake. The lack of a tap land here kind of hurts. Or the lack of an untapped land. They would let me kill the Wandering Emperor. While holding up Negate. And as it stands... I think we're just doing it this way. Yeah, Yorian Angels last week went pretty well. That deck looked very reasonable. But other than that, I don't necessarily have very many ideas for Explorer right now. Or at least, no good ideas for Explorer. I have some bad ideas for Explorer that we might explore. I guess I left this open to them Wandering Emperoring the Reflection, but that's also probably not the end of the world at the moment. Okay, Bankbuster's pretty not great. Don't love that at all. That's a legitimately challenging card to handle. I'm pretty sure they're just supposed to down-tick Wandering Emperor on Reflection. Yeah. Alright, how do we handle Bankbuster? Dear me. Not being at 6 life is kind of a pain here. It means I can't actually take a hit from this Bankbuster. Yeah, that's what I was really hoping they wouldn't have. Do I Siphon Insight on the off chance I find a removal spell for Sheoldred? I think so. Oy. Oy. Well, this ain't great. Okay, Corpse Appraiser's something. In that it's a thing that blocks Bankbuster. That's a good time to have blood tokens. Okay, I love my opponent just having lands and passing. That's a good sign. I don't like drawing more lands, though. Okay. Okay. Corpse Appraisers, good times. Love the Corpse Appraisers. No more Sheoldreds in the graveyard, thank you. Siphon Insight better than Corpse Appraiser? Question mark? Yes. Siphon Insight better than Bloodtithe Harvester? Probably not, specifically because double block on Bankbuster is a lot better than single block. Possible that holding back Corpse Appraiser. Ugh. Duress taking Siphon Insight, huh? They probably don't even take Siphon Insight. Do they? Take Negate? I don't know. Either way, I think I just want to hold up... I think I want to force them to take Negate here and still have Siphon Insight up. Yeah, so that way I get to know if they have another Sheoldred. Okay, that resolves. You got anything else? Yeah, okay. Well, I need them to have a removal spell for Sheoldred. That's not either of those things. I'm actually really confused why they took him the Negate, given that was their hand. Don't believe I have... Oh, I do actually have a draw in my deck still. I can draw Ertai to stay alive. That's not Ertai. Oh. But no, I can't draw into Ertai now. I had to draw into Ertai on the first draw. Ah, the third Sheoldred. Harsh. Okay, but that's informative. They're not actually a control deck. They're just an aggro deck that boards into... An aggro deck that plays Siphon Insight, and or a Siphon Insight control deck that boards into an aggro deck. One of the two. Hard to say. Either way, I don't want Duress. Don't necessarily want Spell Pierce. I don't necessarily want Siphon Insights. I want Sheoldreds. I want Grixis commands. Do I want Soul Transfer? I definitely want Essence Scatter. Probably don't want 3 Sheoldreds. It's not that much of an aggro deck. Do I need Siphon Insight against this? Not really. I don't even know if I want Siphon Insight against this. I probably want some. Abrade is probably the most awkward card here. They have very few targets for it, other than the Bankbusters, so down to 2 on that, I think. How do we feel about Soul Transfer? It's probably reasonable. Probably don't need 3 Negates. If I'm not bringing in Soul Transfer here, why do we have Soul Transfer? Is that enough of a reason to bring in Soul Transfer? Yeah, maybe I just go down on Abrades and don't have many answers to Bankbuster. Maybe that just has to be what's okay. I do feel like if they're dirtling around activating Bankbusters, that's probably to my benefit. Like, I feel like I'm better at that style of gameplay. Take the play. Any non-island draw makes this hand fine. I think I keep this. I think I value Essence Scatter highly enough to keep this. Definitely has the potential to just lose, but also has the potential to be very good. There we go. Never didn't have it. Should I have proactively played Bloodtithe Harvester there, rather than hold up Essence Scatter? I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Pretty sure a mistake was created. I'm pretty sure I don't care about holding up Essence Scatter until turn 3. Missing this land drop is also kind of an opportunity for a problem. Specifically if they just pass on turn 4 and hold up Wandering Emperor. Don't just pass, don't just pass, don't just pass, don't just pass. Land drop? Oh, that's pretty awful. Alright. Well, of all the things that weren't lands, at least Fable was one of the better things that wasn't lands. They're debating between countering this or playing Wandering Emperor. I'd really rather they play Wandering Emperor, to be honest. Because then I actually get to fix my land drop problem.
I am the Emperor of Kamigawa, and I will protect my... Let your blade do the talking.
We're gonna have some interesting times with discards. Okay, well, no, we're not gonna have some interesting times with discards. This opponent's kind enough to remove all of that conundrum from us. Oh dear. Okay, land drops a start. Trade with a 2/2, get a treasure. Play Bloodtithe Harvester. Hold up Essence Scatter. Opponent gets to punch us for 3, presumably, unless they kill Bloodtithe Harvester, in which case they're probably still punching us for 3. But uptick Wandering Emperor, attack for 3 with First Strike, trade with the Bloodtithe Harvester when I attack the Wandering Emperor on their turn. And maybe I can stop that with a Soul Transfer, if the opponent taps out into Essence Scatter here. After they trade with Bloodtithe Harvester, I can try to resolve Corpse Appraiser. I'd really love my opponent to just tap out at this point. Okay. That's pretty awful. Alright, attempt to trade Bloodtithe Harvester with a 3/3. Successful. Play land, play Corpse Appraiser. See if that gets make disappeared. If it does, play another Corpse Appraiser. Go over the throw. Okay. Alright. This is looking slightly less terrible now. Go for the throat. It's not good. Could be worse, though.
May your blade strike true.
More lands for opponent. Yeah. hoping for a land. We have a Corpse Appraiser in the yard, so I think we're probably supposed to Corpse Appraiser rather than Sheoldred in this position. I'd really want to hold up Essence Scatter and Go for the Throat into the opponent's turn if at all possible. And we will need a land for that. We do not find a land for that. Awkward. Okay. Think... what am I supposed to take here? Corpse Appraiser, maybe? I don't know. This ain't great. Really desperately need them to not have a removal spell for Corpse Appraiser here. Okay, that's a start. So, uptick Wandering Emperor on the 2/2. I go down to 8. Could go for the throat, the 3/3. Make disappears pretty brutal here. This is where missing that land drop was such a pain. Okay. Trade with the Corpse Appraiser. Which they have to discard 2 non-lands to do. I go down to 8. Yeah, I do that. Really need a land drop quite badly. I'm very glad they're drawing a card with that instead of making a 1/1. Okay. Land helps. So how do we do this? Sheoldred, kill Rafine, go to 1? Yeah. That seems like the best I got. Alternatively, Corpse Appraiser. I don't think that's any good. So they have nothing, they don't. Okay, down to 1. Really need to draw a land. I don't even necessarily know if drawing a land is good enough. I might not be able to play Corpse Appraiser plus Ertai regardless of what land I hit. Grixis Command, that's not good enough, right? Because both their things survive it. So we have to Corpse Appraiser into an untapped land to play Ertai. Has to be an untapped Painless Black source. Alternatives, Soul Transfer accomplishes nothing. I could just Ertai and hope the opponent has literally nothing. It doesn't really, like, accomplish anything, though. Nope. Alright, where does that leave us? I believe that leaves us with literally nothing. Too many turns of missing land drops, unfortunately. Just barely tempoed out. I would be very interested to see what happens if we had correctly played the very first Bloodtithe Harvester on 2, like I was supposed to. I do think that actually results in a pretty interesting change of the tempo this game developed at. I would have been able to Bloodtithe Harvester sack the blood earlier to hit a land drop? I also would have been able to pressure the Wandering Emperor better.
Keep watch for intruders.
Okay, we there. Oh, the blood could have also discarded one of my creatures to enable a Corpse Appraiser on turn 3 when the opponent passed not doing anything. Although I probably wouldn't have done that because they were representing not doing anything and to make disappear. Still. My gut says that misplay had a pretty big impact. But I can't say for sure. That's one of those scenarios where, like, in paper, you can actually just rewind the game during testing, and I would be super fascinated to do that. How did our overall win rate with the deck go? Went 8-4? That was actually pretty bad, wow. So 75% in the Grixis Mire, identified why we feel like we were disadvantaged in those games. 0-2 against Esper, which... Yeah, that strikes me as not unreasonable. I do think Esper is fine against Grixis. I don't think it's, like, strongly favored, but it's definitely fine. So that's not... 0-2 is not, like, outside of the realm of reasonable results for, like, where I consider the matchup to probably be. Doodly-doodly-doo. So I think that's going to be it for the night. I have no clue what we'll be doing next. I guess I should find out what format the next qualifier is and actually, like, try something for that. Oh. Either way, let's find somebody to raid and I will figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's the plan, right? Alright. We are gonna head on over to Hogpog, who is, I believe, at this point now officially beginning the Cube for Charity. The stream titles have been saying that for the past couple of days, but I think it's mostly been in reference to practicing for it. Although you can't really see more than the first couple of words in a stream title. So this time around, we'll find out if it's actually the case. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Alchemy for the next qualifier. Sweet! Oh, that's actually really exciting. I actually really want to figure out what's going on with Alchemy. Alright, that'll be fun.